Hey, Incursus, how you doing, man? Yeah, we just need to get our first contestants in here. While we do that, very exciting to be having another tournament, another 1v1.
Did you change my status to observer?
Yep, it has been done. And we have Rome with us too. So last weekend, we had the qualifiers for this event, which was really cool. And Bob Redo kindly hosted that one. And that was really neat to see a few newer players come in and compete. And then, of course, this tournament has a bunch of, was seeded, pre-seeded, I guess, by a bunch of previous top-ranked players. So I'm expecting the competition here to be quite fierce, and we're going to see some highly skilled forts playing here. And the other thing we're going to be doing is we will be having commander bans again. So before each battle starts, the players each ban a commander for that match, which has added a very interesting angle to everything because, people get quite used to build orders and, particular strategies with certain commanders, and having them banned suddenly really makes you have to think on your feet.
I do really like the commander ban system that we've been playing around with. It really changes things up. It's no longer just pinch fist rushes or just everyone chooses spook.
Yep, exactly.
And that makes me very happy. It looks like our first competitors are here with E10 versus Blood Parasite.
Yep, and Eaton is team 1. Yeah, Blood Parasite's team 2. We have the 15-minute time limit. We have our observer tools. I think we might be ready to go.
Which map are we starting on this time?
Oh, we need Rome to give us he wants to play Battlegrounds 1v1. So let's do that.
And it looks like we're good to go. And off
Cool.
to the first round.
We'll need to do commander bans, and
Yes.
Eden
Yep.
as the top player on this matchup should be on team 1.
Yes.
That is correct. Okay, so let's see. Just going to see which commanders they would like to. Yep. Eaton is banning scatter.
Scatter. Okay. Curious.
And Blood Parasite is banned spook. Interesting.
That one is not terribly surprising to me.
Spook can be very tricky. Being able to see into the other person's base is like, oh,
Yes.
so powerful.
It's the one time a lot of these high skilled players, most of the top players of forts will get extremely greedy and take the high percentage play, but it is still a risky play, as it were, as no one ever goes around and makes a fully defended base. Instead, they leave some very specific vulnerabilities. Very hard to capitalize on vulnerabilities, but nevertheless, they're cheaping out. They're cutting corners. And it lets them get further ahead, Because they have extra resources to put into weapons or more important things. But it does leave their base vulnerable, and Spook lets the opponent determine exactly where those vulnerabilities are.
Exactly. Could you please set Finn to be an observer?
Right.
Salzwerk and Finn are streaming this tournament in German on their appropriate channels. So if you prefer German version, seek them out.
Excellent. So make sure to check them out. I don't have a command to link to Salzwerk or Finn's channel. I imagine they're very simple to find. If you go onto Twitch, they will be the top Forts streamer in German.
Yep.
So make sure to check them out if you're looking for... if German is your native tongue and you wish to hear in that language. But otherwise, it looks like we're good to go here.
Yep, I think we are.
Excellent. So with that, let us jump right into this first match. Our contestants are ready. Let's do this. Jumping into Eaton versus Blood Parasite, round 1. Let's go. So it looks like on the left-hand side we have Eaton. Probably the strongest player we've ever had in Forts. Choosing the Pinch Fist commander, we could expect to see a lot of redesigns, a lot of reconstruction, and selling off a particularly greedy play out of this player, especially given the Pinch Fist commander, which assists in that style of play. On the opposite side, we have Eaton's opponent. It is Blood Parasite, hanging on the side of the wall, going with the Firebird commander. Firebird is an interesting choice. It's... I think that is the perfect word to describe Firebird as a commander. It's like Firebird is fun, but Firebird is gimmicky. It doesn't do a whole lot in terms of assisting build orders. For Firebird, you don't say, "Oh, I have this particularly strong weapon, and I'm going to use that strong weapon." No, it redesigns. You have to design a strategy around Firebird, because Firebird gives additional power to weapons that typically aren't meant to deal a significant amount of damage. You have weapons like the Incendiary Mortar. These are weapons that are more harassment weapons. They don't deal real damage. They destroy exposed things like exposed gunners, exposed turbines, exposed mines, which is all fine and dandy, but those don't end the game. Unless you're using Firebird. And it looks like we're going to be starting off with the first mortars launched before the 2-minute mark. But Eaton is prepared for it. Already a pair of gunners takes mortars out of the sky. And still clearing the skies. Blood Parasite's second set of mortars is coming online, bringing them to a total of 4. Whereas on the other side, Eaton's not going for heavy weapons. Oh, but a mortar lands and takes out a sniper with it. Exposed snipers, exposed weapons, that's what mortars are good for. Ah, swarm missiles. Okay. So Eaton is going for a very fast and a very greedy swarm missile rush, whereas his opponent is kicking up the aggressive power a little bit quicker, dropping these mortars. Oh, and a miss! Oh, Eaton was hoping to use that buzzsaw to expose the mortars and then snipe follow-up to clear out some of Blood's mortars and stop this aggression against him, but this time it is not going to be the case.
Eaton's anti-air is being really effective at the moment, isn't it? I mean, it's hardly missed a shot.
Yeah, it's surprising. Usually gunners are known for their inconsistency, as most anti-air is all RNG based in this game, so you kind of have to overwhelm with firepower. However, Blood is transitioning out, selling off the mortars, decided that there's enough anti-air. So that's painful. So that's an expensive replacement, but a nice retaliatory damage. I'm curious as to what Blood's strategy is going to be at this point, since Blood does not have... Oh, the laser switch. Interesting. I'm surprised to see Blood deciding to sell off his mortars this early if he's going to go into the heavy weapons tech.
True. I would have tried to keep them and continue the harassment.
Yeah, just to delay your opponent a little bit more. But now Blood has no pressure against Eaton, and Eaton is doing what he wants. And what he wants is building a nuke and expanding to the upper island, where I suspect there will be additional missile emplacements. Curious to see how that's going to work out.
Yeah, a well-placed buzzsaw would slow him down.
Absolutely. Though I suspect not too much, as it doesn't look unstable. Oh, mortars across the top. Oh, you
Touché.
cheeky. Okay, so that's how he's playing this game. So he's going to have a nuke go straight in, and then he's going to have mortars come from above, which is going to be a potentially devastating combination. Of course, on this map there is an island above the players' bases, and that does protect against mortars to some degree. But it isn't a complete protection. Mortars are not useless. There's just not... They don't have free range, as it were. I think Eaton is just content to sit back, build up for the moment. It looks like he's aware that Blood is not being super aggressive, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to alpha strike, and that I think that moment is right now. With the nuke incoming, it gets taken down. Alright. Mortars are launched. And no damage. For those wondering, with the Firebird active, all bullet weapons are incendiary. That means even these little gunners, anytime they land a shot, it starts a fire, and that fire can deal massive damage. Look at that. Burning down sniper and wind turbine alike. This is almost a stalemate at this point. I think Eaton doesn't quite have the energy production to make a meaningful strike here. He's just trying to do what he can. Whereas Blood Parasite similarly doesn't have weapons constructed. There's the first placement of a fire beam.
Yep. A little bit slow at this stage, but maybe he was struggling for resources, maybe.
Struggling for resources and also struggling to stay on top of his opponent's aggression. I think they're both trying to whittle each other down. Notice how much Blood Parasite has spent on additional, not just base, but anti-air. Very afraid of those missiles. Is doing everything they can to keep his opponent in check and keep himself safe. Has chosen to slow himself down in exchange for staying alive, in exchange for safety. Whereas Eaton on the other side, he's just now getting the energy to fire a single combined volley, sending out a nuke and a swarm missile, neither of which make it across. Curious. We're halfway through the timer and no damage has been dealt to either player. A single mortar lands.
Oh, he's made those incendiary.
And they don't make it. A minigunner. He's retaliating in kind. No more machine gunners for you, says Eaton, coming into the minigunner to gun them all down. And here comes another launch. Oh, the swarm missiles aren't ignited this time, at least mostly.
Oh. Just a bit of fire.
Fire everywhere, but no significant damage. The sniper did manage to take out the fire beam, which is very unfortunate for Blood Parasite, as that was their one heavier weapon, one actually capable of dealing damage. But this does mean that Eaton doesn't have any serious pressure against him at this point. Blood Parasite had already begun construction of a second fire beam, so that's going to be nice. But fire beams aren't the end-all be-all of weapons. They don't deal significant amounts of damage. Much like the incendiary mortars, they're meant for removing weapons. They're meant for removing things like internals. They aren't designed to deal structural damage. They aren't designed to destroy forts. They're designed as harassment weapons. And so Blood Parasite needs to step up his game in damage output in order to...
he needs to add a plasma.
Either a plasma or just have so much fire that it burns Eaton to the ground, which, to be fair, is kind of the point of Firebird here.
Yes.
Firebird's whole gimmick is that it takes weapons that don't typically deal damage, or at least serious structural damage, and causes them to deal so much fire, just damage over time, that it ends up burning the base to the ground. So mass fire beams is something you fairly commonly see with Firebird. Unfortunately, we don't have mass fire beams here. It would seem that Blood Parasite is being defensive to the point where they just can't get any damage output onto the field. Whereas Eaton does have lots of damage output, lots of potential here. If their shots land, Eaton will break Blood Parasite's base. But Blood Parasite, look at all of these gunners. Look at the thickness of these defenses here. Eaton's got a lot of work cut out for him, and Blood Parasite's not making it easy. Oh,
the drunk nuke. Oh,
nuke lands.
Damage has been
Massive damage. And with that, officially core damage has been dealt to Blood Parasite, bringing it down to 81%. And that will mean in 4 minutes' time, Eaton will be victorious on timer. At this point, it is up to Blood Parasite to deal damage in return. So I'm curious to see what Blood Parasite will do. Given the lack of time, Blood is really going to struggle to bring out... Blood is going to struggle to bring out a heavier weapon, such as a plasma beam. It may be in Blood's interest to attempt to fire beam their way to success here, but they will need to bring multiple fire beams out, and they will need to focus fire onto the core or some similarly important structure. Like
he's using his fire beams as like defensive almost, taking out, or at least setting swarms alight as they launch and they peter out as they get to him, but he's not issuing any damage.
Yes, and that's gonna leave him in a bad position. It's left him in a bad position so far. He's not actually threatening his opponent here, and that's what the timer's for. Eaton has done actual damage, and when the timer runs out, Eaton will be victorious for it.
Yep.
Looks like Eaton's gonna try again for another heavy push. Firebeam shutting down the swarms. Anti-air shutting down the nuke. Eaton's minigunner taking out some of the anti-air, but it isn't enough. Oh, Blood is targeting the base of the extension up top. Incendiary mortars actually dealing damage. It looks like Blood is attempting to disconnect that top array of mortars of Eaton. Or just aiming at gunners in general, as also seems to be the case with his other firebeam. Firebeam being hard blocked by sandbags. Very effective defense. Oh boy. The fog launchers. That's going to shut down most of the gunners. The nuke doesn't land anyways. And the mortars crash into, well, just straight miss, which is unfortunate. Poorly aimed out of Eaton. Uncharacteristic of him. And I think with only 60 seconds left, I suspect we're not going to see a serious change in the strategy of these players here. The nuke is going to make it across, largely uncontested. No damage this time. Could be a hefty repair bill, but nothing of value is lost. As fog launchers doing extremely, the smoke launchers doing extremely well, blocking off all of Blood Parasite's anti-air. Yes, very good usage.
Yeah. Usage of, well, it's just such a good harassment weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is. Another nuke flies.
Oh, uncontested.
Oh. Taking a chunk out of Blood Parasite's base. That's not going to be rebuilt soon. That actually took out most of his energy production. That's going to leave him in a rough spot. And the swarms lands. More damage dealt. But this goes to the timer.
GG.
Eaton with the victory. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so that will be Eaton taking his victory in round 1, going up to round 2 over his opponent Blood Parasite. Alright, let's get the next set of players in here. And we should be good to go here at the moment. Matteo versus Geiger. Now that's a good matchup. Matteo, very well known for their extremely accurate laser play. Matteo is the one-shot, one-kill of sniping in forts. I think is a good way to describe it. So you can never count out Matteo when there is a laser in play. And Geiger, another content creator here in the forts community.
Yep.
Also of the German community. So if you guys are looking to see Geiger in his native tongue, or perhaps are just a fan, there you go. This is the match for you. And as mentioned before, Sal's work is streaming on Twitch right now. Actually, is Geiger also streaming? I know Geiger does often stream these.
Actually, I don't know. I would assume he'd be streaming his own participation.
Yes, he doesn't often commentates, and he doesn't always stream the entire. Usually doesn't stream the entire tournament, but he usually does stream his perspective, his POV as he's playing it.
Yes, Geiger is live right now with his match.
Excellent. So make sure to check him out so you guys can see the first-person perspective. As much as it is nice to see through the eyes of the spectator, you could see all things. Sometimes it is nice to feel the struggle alongside.
Okay, so I think I have things set up on my end. Matteo is on his way.
And there he is. Actually, we need to swap the team numbers here. There we go. Excellent. And it looks like we're about ready to go. For those in chat asking, we have two voices here joining me. We have Nosehead, one of the developers of Forts, coming in to oversee this tournament. Remember, this is the Forts official 1v1 tournament. And we have Nosehead here to support us.
Hello.
As well as Romero Lagas, who I just usually call Romero.
Yeah, I'd refer to myself that way too now.
Romero doing all the behind-the-scenes things, the cat herding, taking care of things to make everything go smoothly. Always, always a big thank you to Romero for keeping everything going.
Looks like Matteo has banned Seep, and Geiger has banned Pinch.
I think it's pronounced Salzburg because German. I will have to take your word for it. My pronunciation of German words is not particularly on point. I would have to practice them much more. But I'm always happy. I'm always happy to stand corrected. Always happy to learn.
Okay, everybody's readied up.
All right.
Yep, we're still round 1, and it's Matteo versus Geiger. Matteo on team 1. We're good.
Excellent. Let's do this. And we're off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here on the left-hand side, we have Matteo. I think my favored to win on this particular matchup.
Yeah, okay.
Known mostly for his heavy weapons play and his pinpoint accuracy with his weapons. And also choosing in this surprise of a mirror match, it is Scattershot. Scattershot is a commander you typically only see when the players are going for 20 millimeters and similar style shenanigans. Facing off against his opponent, it's Geiger. Currently live streaming his POV right now. Make sure to go check him out on Twitch so you guys can see what horrors he plans to bring against his opponent. Also choosing the Scattershot commander. I'm curious, what is it about this map, or perhaps about these players, that would make them choose the same commanders? Of course, both of these players are very well known within the Forge community, and both of them are quite skilled, so I'm not at all surprised. But it is
I would
still
suspect
interesting.
the answer to that will be buzzsaws.
That is what I expect as well. On a map such as this one, where you have a base that is effectively separated between two significant areas, having a buzzsaw that can disconnect things is quite good. Remember, with the Scattershot commander, buzzsaws fire one extra saw, or launch one extra saw, which is a fairly significant damage boost. It enables some extreme cutting and slicing action, which can destabilize a base when the base, such as these, relies so heavily on connecting to two different foundation nodes. As you can see here, Geiger expanding to the lower area, trying to keep his base as uniform as possible without any kind of deformation, which is not quite succeeding perfectly, but it will suffice. Similarly, Scattershot does give access to some upgraded 20 mils, a 20 millimeter cannon, so I am not at all surprised to see Geiger going with the heavy weapons tech, the munitions plant, to get out those 20 millimeters, or the cannons in general. And off we've seen the first use of the buzzsaws, actually eliminating Matteo's sniper up top. Just hitting it with giant metallic saws until it falls apart.
What a way to go.
I know. I'm sorry. I love the way it works out. Here, we're playing forts where we launch giant saw blades at each other. Even so, the double sniper shots. The double sniper is another feature of Scattershot. Scattershot themed around adding extra bullets onto everything. Extremely satisfying. I am being corrected in chat that it is 2 extra saws, which is correct. It is not 1 extra saw. It is 2 extra saws, which is a serious damage output increase. And that's why it's quite popular on this map. You can see here, disconnecting the mines. Of course, the buzzsaws only really do structural damage and no serious damage to internals or devices. Things like these mines here are not in serious direct threat. But the connections to them, absolutely destroyed by such things. Here we can see Geiger bringing out those 20 millimeters.
Mm-hmm.
Geiger going more for a fast and greedy rush, not even getting the lower expansion, not expanding downward really at all for any meaningful amount. Ooh. Commander ability active, that's gonna change these 20 mils into basically 20 millimeter shotguns. And that's a lot of damage. His opponent, Geiger.
Do you think he should have waited for his second 20 to be up before doing that?
No.
No, I think the early damage is worth it.
Yes, especially considering that he's fully aware that his opponent is going for the later game build.
Yeah, right.
It is. Matteo is not rushing. Exactly. Matteo is here to get all his mines, all of his economy, and just survive. Like, Geiger's not going to be punished by firing early here. Geiger's got free reign to do whatever he wants. So, by all means, just shoot things, just fire. The more, the merrier in this case. The only thing he has to be concerned about is that the sniper retaliation. In fact, it would be best if Geiger actually took advantage of his current map control and focused on his opponent's weaponry. Does he get the snipe? Does not get the snipe.
Ooh, close.
Close, but not quite. Looks like despite two 20mm launches, no serious damage was dealt.
Interesting door setups there in front of those 20s.
Yes, for both players. The tiny door strategy. Ever popular these days. I've been doing more of that myself as well. It's just good. Especially when you're in a 1v1 and you don't need to worry about having to quickly adjust your aim to a entirely second region of the map. By all means, the 20 mils the tiny doors are just better. They're just more cost effective. They're faster, harder to door snipe, cheaper.
Yep.
An unusual choice, building a standard cannon in a matchup where you are scattershot, but cannon's traditionally the stronger weapon between the two, the standard cannons. Looks like Geiger's going to be redesigning the front of his base a bit, tanking it, making it ready to receive cannon rounds. No longer putting weapons in front of his core. And a cannon round.
Oh,
hit.
Core damage.
Core damage, which is nice, but here we have retaliatory strike from Geiger. Oh, Geiger's not going to fire. He still has an opportunity. If he fires right now, which he will do.
Yep.
Heavy damage.
Yeah.
20 mils do so much damage. For those wondering the difference between a 20 mil and the standard cannon, as you can see, the 20 mils fire.
Oh. That was a good shot.
That was a beautiful shot. The 20 millimeters softening everything up, and then the standard cannon coming in and just straight up penetrating and destroying, over penetrating the base. It went in one side, out the other, taking everything in its path along with it.
Yeah, and then splash damage on the core.
Indeed, that's going to put Matteo even further ahead, leaving Geiger down at 67% HP. Yes, the 20 millimeters as a weapon deal more damage overall than their standard cannon counterparts.
Oh, and again.
That's
Oh,
yep, that's
Geiger's.
game ending right there.
Yeah.
And he is going
Hard
to
to
concede here, which is a with 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
There's still more things
Yeah.
he can do, but I think that's not an incorrect choice there. With
Yeah.
that.
It's I don't generally like to see that, but I like to see people try to, rescue it from the end, but that was pretty much one-sided.
Yes. It would have been the hailest of Marys. And attempting to come back from that one. With that, Matteo moves on to the next round, defeating his opponent Geiger in the match. Congratulations to Matteo, coming in with the 20mm and cannon with scatter shot. Just straight sniping every weapon Geiger had.
Yeah.
Slow, methodical, extreme accuracy, never missing a round, and taking Geiger apart one shot at a time.
Okay. So now we have Firework versus Amberulo.
Excellent. We have Ambrulo on the team 2 versus Firework on team 1.
It was nice to see some of our newer maps first up there from the recent map making tournaments and stuff.
Yes, that last map. Actually, the last two maps were from the Fort's map making tournament. Some of the top end maps, very good maps, and I especially like the last one we just played.
Yeah.
God, what
It's
was the
very
name of
Forts. It's in the
It
spirit
is
of
very
Forts.
Forts, yes.
You know what I mean? Like, that's definitely something we look for.
And Desert Ruins, I think, is my favorite of the lot. Personally, I just find it the most fun. Like you've got these very stable bases that can be disconnected and can be destabilized, but it's easy to stabilize. You've got options. You can have a sniper that you can put up in a little sniper nest, just super easy to place there. Nothing is too stable. Nothing is such that it's impossible to break or destabilize. And there's so many options, and because it's such a long map, you can fit so many weapons. Like, it's satisfying. Not enough energy on that map? That sounds like someone who hasn't put wind turbines in places they're not supposed to go.
Okay, so
We have the commander bands coming up now.
Yep. Firework goes first, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Well, hello there. I think now is a good time to shout out those who have come in with the support. I know we don't have the alerts live right now. So today we are focusing on the contents. Today is the day when we go through and show you guys the best Forts matches. But shout out to Jack the Ripper coming in with
And Scatter.
the support, as well as MoFG coming in with
Very good.
the Absolute Megaton, dropping the 50. Thank you so much for the support. I look forward to seeing you guys when we do the more chatting side of the stream. But for now, enjoy the content, and I'll see you guys soon.
Looks like we're good to go.
Excellent. Glad to see it. All right. Let's double check with the players, make sure they're ready to go. That's a yes for all, so let's jump right into this next match. And we're off. ladies and gentlemen, here we have on the left-hand side, and playing on stalactites 1v1. It is Firework going with Pinch Fist. So here we have a match where no one banned Pinch Fist, and therefore it is a Pinch Fist mirror. That's usually how that works. It's Pinch Fist versus Pinch Fist. Firework on the left-hand side versus Ambrullo on the right. Already going for some very different builds. Ambrullo going for more Pinch Fist based build, this is what I would expect from a Pinch Fist build here. Everything being sold off, everything being redone, rear wind turbines because why not, and a very fast technology. Whereas Firework is going for a different build. Hasn't sold off all of his things, still sitting on only 3 mines. Opens Upgrade Center first. Oh.
What do you think he's doing?
He's getting the fastest AP sniper. He was trying to punish Ambrullo. Pinch Fist builds, if you remember, extremely greedy. An AP sniper early is usually enough to just end the game. Ambrullo, I think, heard the upgrade sound and panicked, and had suddenly has added a ridiculous amount of wood on front because he knows he's about to get hammered by something. Probably an AP sniper, and he would be correct.
Oh. Wouldn't you go for the core?
I think seeing that all the extra wood in front, Firework knows that he's not going to be able to get the core, so he's just checking what is obviously going to be weapon platforms. He's checking to see if those weapons are there. Now, we can see, I'm not sure if Firework is going to be able to see without testing, we can see that there's enough wood struts there overlaid on top of each other to stop the AP rounds from going through. Now, once doors are placed and it's all opened up, those AP rounds will be able to go through, but the EMPs will at least be able to complete. So Firework will be able to deal significant damage unless Ambrullo goes through and spends the extra time to make his doors safe, which he probably will do because he's aware that, there's the door stopping the bullet as it's opening up. And I think Ambrullo is going to... he's already double doing. Typically, these rockets would have launched already, but Ambrullo is aware that if he does that, he's just going to get hard shut down. And that's going to give Firework the additional time. Now we'll see... We will see what happened. Did he just fire through his own door? He did.
He did, and it slowed the bullet down.
Yeah. That's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Ambrullo with the exposed sniper is not able to deal with Firework's doored AP sniper, upgraded sniper. And it looks like with the miniguns in place... Ooh, the shotgun, though. That's going to be tough.
Shotgun's pretty satisfying, I have to say.
Yes.
When it takes out heaps of AA or like that, and that's just... And now rocket onslaught.
Ooh. So I'm curious to see. I think Firework was betting. This is not quite an all-in, but Firework invested heavily into early game aggression and was hoping to capitalize on Ambrullo's greed. And Ambrullo noticed that and just stopped being greedy and hard defended, leaving it in a position where no one's doing any real damage. Ambrullo's delayed. Ambrullo's got some serious firepower, but doesn't have... It's taken him a long time. It's cannon o'clock already, and Ambrullo hasn't done any damage because he's just delayed the inevitable. He's delayed his attack just to make sure he doesn't get hard countered by Firework's attack. And Firework, realizing that, has not attacked. So now we've got a situation where they're staring at each other, not doing anything about it. And Firework has decided to switch out of his early greed, his early all-in, as it were, and is now getting an upgraded swarm missile. Ambrullo, having stabilized his base, is no longer vulnerable to the early shenanigans that Firework was threatening to fire. is starting to open fire, and we're seeing mostly anti-air getting picked off by the shotgun, but nothing crazy has happened just yet. I'm curious to see what's gonna hit first.
Oh, it went right through.
Right through the base. That's something you don't see every day. Another swarm missile launch. Swarm missile is not really able to deal serious damage here, but is threatening to do something. It's trying, you know, it's doing its best. Oh, you cheeky! He opened the doors and immediately closed them, knowing it would bait and brew the firework to fire at the opened doors.
Yeah.
I love seeing that. That makes me happy. Oh, AP Sniper taking vengeance. And minigunner? Oh, tried to use the minigunner as anti-air. Didn't quite make it. But now we have the first nuclear launch, and Ambrulos doesn't have all that much AA. He's got 2 machine gunners and a flak. It is enough. The swarms make it through, dealing superficial damage. The nuke does not. The nuke was the main focus there. So it's a sufficient defense out of Ambrulo, but Ambrulo's in a risky world right now.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a finishing weapon, does he?
Well, rockets...
I mean, you could potentially do it with rockets, but it's, you know, if there's AA going on, then that kind of gets neutralized.
Oh, the nuke gets hit. It goes drunk, but that's it. Massive damage. It doesn't outright destroy anything, but it has fully drained Ambrulo's bank. Ambrulo has not even able to repair. Look at that. He's running out of money entirely.
Oh, he just shot his own rockets.
Oof. That hurts. Remember, rockets, as powerful as they aren't burst damage. They aren't penetrative weapons. They win the game by draining your opponent of economy. You win with rockets when your opponent no longer has the ability to repair the splash damage. In this world where Ambrulo is not the aggressor, rockets are not landing the shots they need. They're not doing the damage. And so he's not able to win with them. He can keep Firework in check. He can make Firework spend on anti-air. He can occasionally land a single rocket of the volley and do some damage, but it's not going to be the lethal amounts he needs, and he knows that. So he's already begun switching over to the laser tech, and at this point is just hoping to survive the nukes. And that's an exposed shotgun. And I think he gets the sell-off in time. He does get the sell-off in time. He recovers the money from the shotgun. And now he's just going to try to survive until he can get out the heavy weapons, until he can get out that plasma laser. However...
Yeah, this is a clumsy transition.
A very clumsy transition. Forced upon him by Fireworks. Fireworks extremely... I'm going to say, like, reading him like a book. Like, this is... I don't want to call it a build order win, but it put him in a serious... It put Firework at an extremely advanced, advantage. And Ambrulo has been fighting from behind ever since, knowing full well that both players read and reacted as best as they could.
Like you said, Firework did a gamble on the rush, right, with the upgrade center and AP sniper.
Yes.
And that didn't necessarily... I don't think that achieved what he was going for, but then he transitioned out of that and started going towards the nukes. And once you have something like that, you know you're giving yourself a chance. Oh, look at that! There you go, 50% damage.
I'll do it. Yes, and that is exactly what happened. We saw both players go pinch fist, and Ambrulo go for a traditional pinch fist build, and Fireworks said, "Okay, you're doing that. I'm gonna take a gamble on this, and I'm gonna try to hard counter you by attacking you and trying to end the game before the 3-minute mark." Ambrulo saw what was coming with his own scouting and reacted accordingly. And so now we have this position where Ambrulo is fighting from behind, has chosen a strategy that is getting effectively hard countered by Firework, and is now just playing from behind. Firework was able to transition into what is now the double nuke play, but it's able to do so because he had such a great advantage over Embrulo's opener, whereas Embrulo is just trying to make work whatever he can.
Fireworks. Still adding new tech.
He is.
I think, I mean, that's aggressive, right? And that's ultimately, if you want to win, that's what you got to do, right? You just got to keep upgrading, keep adding weapons, keep increasing your damage output.
Yeah, that is how you do it. And at this point, Firework is getting greedy with his things. He's got an exposed battery, and that could come back to bite him, or at least prevent him from increasing his damage too much. That was an interesting choice. Placing a wind turbine, causing it to collide with the nuke and detonate further out. I guess saving the flak launcher, but did cost him the cost of a wind turbine, which is a little bit much. I'm not sure that's worth it, although it is pretty close. At this point, Embrulo has successfully constructed 2 plasma lasers. Or not 2 fire beams. Both of which are capable of dealing serious damage to Firework's base. Remember that Firework, in his greedy early game rush, has not built himself in a way that lends toward survivability. If those fire beams are allowed to connect, which I think they will be, then we're going to see huge amounts of damage here. Yeah, those miniguns, which have been such a pain for so very long.
Oh, that was a shot. Gee.
Fireworks still has the AP snipers. Has not got rid of them. And with only one door on each of those fire beams, the AP sniper returns with unyielding vengeance, dealing even more core damage after the fire beam explodes. Well, Embrulo did manage to return fire, taking out both minigunners and a sniper. So that was nice. It hasn't solved the problem of there being a mess load of weapons. Firework is still bristling with offensive firepower, and isn't even putting doors on things at this point because, well, Embrulo can't really fight back.
Oh.
One gunner saves Embrulo from getting nuked once again. It just hurts so much seeing that. But here we have it, Embrulo with no weapons. 1 minute left in the match.
Yeah, I think pretty much this is it.
I would have to agree. Embrulo does
There was a moment there where those fire beams could have been a Hail Mary if he had got lucky with them, but just didn't happen.
Yes. And that was a very real threat. Like, Embrulo was doing well. 60 seconds left. Embrulo's sniper can... I don't know if he knows. None of Fireworks things are defended, so that sniper can actually just kind of ruin Firework. But it's not going to actually destroy Firework, and that's what Embrulo would need to come back in this game. Man. That one AP sniper just ruining Embrulo from the start of this match all the way to the end. Embrulo not able to get the defenses he needs. Come on, at least get the EMP. You could do it, Embrulo. Just take vengeance upon the EMP launcher. He's trying to hit... He tried to hit the nuke. I mean, if he had hit it, it'd have gone drunk and very likely hit the EMP. We talk about knocking it out with style. But with that, Firework is our victor in this match.
GG.
Alright, Ambrulo knocked out Firework. Moving on to the next round and to face off the victor of our upcoming match. Very GG's to all involved. I'm sorry, I love the strategy elements of Forts, and that was just... the first 3-4 minutes of this match was nothing but mind game. There was not a shot fired, it was just player pretending to do a strategy and then getting countered and reacting, and it was all in the heads of the players with no actual shots fired, and I love seeing that.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really interesting. As I like the cheeky rush at the start and watching that work. That's just amazing when it does, but it's kind of rare.
It is, and this is I think one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of these super cheeky rushes early game by the more experienced players, because you're gonna play against a player like Ambrulo who's gonna know how to defend against it. And sure, it won. Firework beat Ambrulo with the super early rush, but he didn't do it by destroying Ambrulo. He did it by just getting ahead of Ambrulo relatively and being able to field a transition way before Ambrulo could.
That's right.
And that is the real power of a lot of these early game attacks. Most of the time you're not trying to actually eliminate your opponent, you're just trying to delay them. And you can delay them so cost effectively.
Yep.
That by the time your opponents are able to transition out of it and stabilize, you've got heavy weapons, you've got a paradukes on the field, and that is what ends the game, not the AP sniper, it's not the miniguns, it's what follows the miniguns that eliminates your opponent.
Yep.
Our players are in the lobby. It is time for commander bands. Ambrulo didn't get beat, he got disassembled. I think that is a good way to describe it. Magna 20s. Oh no. We only have a 15-minute timer here, guys.
Yeah, it just keeps things moving along. You know what I mean?
It does. We do occasionally have a match that isn't decided by the 15-minute mark, but that's kind of rare. Especially for 1v1s. Like in a 2v2, like, okay, sure, but I think it's really the 3v3s where it starts to get a little bit longer, the matches. Usually even in 2v2s, it's someone's rushed down one of their opponents, and then it's 2v1, which lasts all of like 30 seconds. But it looks like we are good to go. The players have selected their bands. Scattershot and Pinchfist are banned this time around. We have our map, moorings, so let's jump right into the match.
Sounds good.
Alright, let's go. Noah versus Grutze. And we're off. Alright, here on the left-hand side, it is Noah. On the map, moorings. This is a map that we see fairly often, but it's strange. It's very strange. Even by Fort standards, I think. Yeah, it's a hanging. You're hanging off the side, which is not terribly uncommon. But you can also build into the wall, and this allows for some very safe construction. But in a weird way, the fort, because of how far it hangs off the side, is unstable. So you have this mix of super safe, nigh invulnerable parts of your base, coupled with, oh my god, my core is about to fall off at all times.
Yeah, it has a lean to it right off the start, doesn't it?
It really does. A lot of times you'll see on this map where players just go mortars, just incendiary mortars, and break one wooden strut, and the entire thing falls down. It's just the wooden strut right here where this machine gunner is sitting on. That breaks, the base is gone. It's just done. That's the end of it. But Noah looks like we'll be going for rockets. Rockets, another decent choice. Curious to see how that's going to play out. Grutze is going for... Grutze is going not rockets on this, despite being Seep. I'm curious. So the commander choices are... Noah on the left side has gone for Spook, so has access to see all the weapons selected, all the technology built by Grutze. Further, during the commander ability active, has full vision of the of Grutze's base, just as we do currently, and can do a little bit of stealing. Oh, Noah's gone for heavy weapons tech, the munitions plants. I question. So their opponent Grutze has gone with Seep. Seep specializes in rockets and missile weapons. Rockets and missile weapons are quite good on this map. With the 2 swarm missiles, you can get 4 mines and 2 swarm missiles, so you have a strong economy and still have additional swarm missile weapons. He's even put the one up here, so he's going up to 3. That's something you usually don't see, because that one's just kind of expensive. I mean, you've got 4 mines, so I guess why not? I mean, the why not is it takes a lot of energy to fire, and he doesn't have that. He's only got 2 turbines. His opponent, Noah, is reacting by building anti-air, which is, you know, that's good. Seep's special ability, or passive, enables the faster launching of missiles, and they fly slightly faster. And then during the active, they get even zoomier and go sonic speeds across the world, which is generally causes a pretty big problem for anyone who's attempting to shoot them out of the sky, as Noah is going to have to do. Going up to 3 flak probably will not be enough at all to stop the 3 swarm missile launchers. Grutze also fielding some buzzsaws. That would explain why Noah is building metal in most places to prevent the buzzsaws from doing things. I am very concerned for Noah right now. Noah's win condition involves building a cannon, which Noah is minutes away from doing. And will likely be even more minutes away from doing in a few seconds when Grutze launches their first volley. Oh, never mind. Just got sniped. Grutze no longer has a sniper, therefore cannot launch those swarm missiles. It will be a brief period of time before Grutze can actually launch his first attack, giving Noah any amount of breathing room, which is... Oh, the cannon is placed. That's the difference between a cannon being placed and not. That's a standard cannon, as a buzzsaw immediately slices off the sniper, and the swarm missiles are launched. 1 flak, 2 flak, taking out a bunch of the swarms. Mostly superficial damage in this first volley. The nuke is on the way.
Grutze's core is very exposed with only a single piece of metal in front of it.
Yes. Yes, it is. It is AP snipeable, although Noah does not... Probably does know that, actually. But does not have an AP sniper nor the technology to get it. There is a real scenario where Noah is able to complete this cannon and fire a single round into the core of Grutze.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Which is becoming even more real, considering Grutze has upgraded all 3 of his swarms to nukes, which means that there is going to be a solid 60 seconds of build time. Noah's cannon is going to complete. Grutze, without any swarms, has no way of stopping this. Grutze is realizing this, I think, at this point, and is defending his core, which is good. Because Noah will be able to fire that cannon, and Grutze cannot stop it. Now, of course, it is 1 cannon versus 3 nukes. 3 nukes is a disgusting amount of firepower, so Grutze way higher in the firepower potential output. I'm curious to see that Grutze is not attempting to vie for map control here. He's just letting it happen. Both players are building up and no one's interacting, which favors Noah. Grutze should be doing everything they can to shut down every amount of anti-air. Like, don't let Noah have a foot on the map, because you're going to be launching missiles. Cannon launches, cannon fired. 77% remaining. Buzzsaw retaliates, takes out a hefty chunk of Noah's anti-air. Grutze can fire 2 of the 3 nukes right now. And is going to do that. 2 nukes fire. Flak flies out. Nuke makes it across. Well, the swarms make it across. Some minor damage dealt. Swarm split. Oh, it makes it through. Massive damage, and that's it.
Shot. What a...
Remember when I mentioned that that one single brace is all it takes to break and the fort falls down? It broke and the fort fell down. Noah coming in with the one shot hitting the foundation of Grutze's base, tearing it and ripping it from the wall.
I think I'm going to have to replay that.
I think that is a beautiful idea. The one cannon round to end it all. Oh, he put batteries on it too. Oh no, that's just guaranteed. He didn't even have to do much. Noah just landing a shot in the vicinity was enough to rip it off the wall. And the one cannon round is fired. So I'm going to watch that in nice slow motion here.
Oh yeah, the slow motion.
Zoom this down. Nice and close right here. Watch this strut. This guy right here. This is the one that's critical. As it comes in, clean through. That one strut falls, and with it, the rest of the base just collapses down. That's... I'm not going to say was unexpected, because I kind of called it, but that was unnecessary. That did not need to be the case. Grutze absolutely had the opportunity to get his insurmountable lead. But with that, Noah is victorious and moves on to face Firework. So we have Eaton, Noah, Firework, or Eaton versus Matteo, Firework versus Noah, which is, I think, about as classic as it gets for these tournaments.
That's right. And we're doing a double elimination this time around, so we've got the lower round to do next if we're following the flow of challenge here. So we've actually going to go to Blood Parasite versus Geiger.
Yes. The next match, coming down from the winner's bracket, or getting knocked out of the winner's bracket, it's Blood Parasite versus Geiger. The player who wins this will move on to face the champions of the next match, but, or should I say the losers of the next winner's bracket match. But the loser of this match is knocked out of the tournament.
Yep.
Forever.
Yeah, you get 2 chances.
Looks like our players are here. It's time for commander bans. That's why you reinforce that place. Yeah, you either reinforce or just... I personally am a fan of background bracing that spot. Or, like, I'll put my technology there and then just background brace that one particular... I like put my technology on the slot over to the left and then background brace the other one, just so it doesn't get destroyed outright. Like, it's still vulnerable. I don't generally do stability tech on that map because stability tech can be a bit expensive because you have to add additional foundations most of the time. But, It is absolutely a an option and is quite good. If the match goes long enough to be worth it, then sure. Looks like our commanders have been banned. Spook and Scattershot. Next map on Ledge Grab. Let's go. And we're off. Blood Parasite versus Geiger. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Blood Parasite. Choosing the Phantom Commander. Oh, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see where this is gonna go. Facing off against his opponent, it is Geiger. Now, there's a few things to be mentioned here. Geiger has chosen the Moonshine Commander, which is, I think, a fairly average commander. Doesn't do anything particularly well. The most notable feature, there's two notable features about Moonshine. One, you get energy shields are doors. They are upgraded to doored energy shields, which means that you can actually have energy shields in front of your weapons and not have to toggle them on and off. They have the reasonable energy shield doors, which is incredibly powerful. Makes for some extremely strong defenses, especially against laser weaponry. Additionally, during the commander active, all weapons have an EMP effect, which can do terrible damage. It's amazing how quickly you can shut down a base. Just something as simple as 20 mils or rockets, which are weapons which traditionally have to rely on dealing massive amounts of damage to your opponent to drain their economy. If you hit them with EMPs and shut down their economy to start with, it can very quickly death spiral. That vortex of doom is
and what's
escalated.
Interesting too is that a lot of people don't build a lot of turbines on this one because you're getting extra energy from because you have two cores, right? So if when Geiger starts firing off his EMP here, he's going to neutralize Parasite's energy production.
That is a very good point that I didn't think of. Yes, on this map you have two cores, and cores give a ridiculous amount of energy production. It's up at 100 energy production per second. So most of the time, as you'll notice here, players have outright skipped wind turbines as they've just outright skipped them because they don't need them because they have so much energy production that it's just entirely unnecessary. However, when you're using Moonshine or EMPs in general, when you shut down the enemy's cores, you've also shut down their entire energy production line. So it's quite effective.
The counter, Parasite has put on some ablative wood spam there at the front, and that's neutralizing that EMP entirely.
Yes, as it causes the explosion to occur too far away from the core, and therefore no EMP effect is applied. Now, I've not mentioned it, or at least I've not gone into depth with it, but Blood Parasite has gone with the Phantom Commander. Phantom Commander is the mind game commander, I think is a good way to describe it. Has a few interesting options, none of which relate to direct power level of the commander. Phantom enables placement of fake weapons, fake devices, so you can provide false information to your opponent. Phantom also allows you to move devices and weapons around at no cost. You can just move them from place to place. So it means that you can either mind game your opponents by providing them false information so that your opponent has no idea what you're doing, or you can just straight redesign your base in a way that your opponent has no way of really dealing with outside of blowing up your entire base. So it's unusual choice for these kind of matches, as mind gaming is generally extremely hard to do against your opponent, as most of the time, as we saw in the Firework versus Ambrulo match, most of the time your opponents are able to hard read things extremely well, so trying to mind game them just doesn't work because they're going to figure it out anyways. And then moving your base around doesn't work. Like, redesigning your base doesn't work if your opponent just blows up your base. And by just blow up your base, I mean Geiger's already sitting on 320 mils, so this is going to escalate extremely quickly.
Yeah.
No amount of moving your goodies around is gonna solve that problem. Case endpoints. With no more energy production and having lost a mortar already, Blood Parasite is already feeling the heat. Blood Parasite does have 3 mortars across the top. They are invisible. That is another passive of Phantom. Weapons are invisible until they are first fired.
Okay. And the sneaky portaled nuke.
Indeed. Geiger did see the nuke activate and did actually destroy it once already, so Geiger was expecting it, as you can also tell by the plethora of machine guns. Phantom activating their ability. This will render Blood Parasite's base invisible. Of course, we as a spectator can still see it. Oh no!
Whoa. Oh,
The heavy
Hank
mortars. The heavy mortars landing.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Oh.
Geiger was prepared to deal with the front-facing nuke, built all of his anti-air in a way to destroy the nuke, did not... Oh, this is bad. None of his anti-air is positioned in a way that I could angle upward. Those mortars are flying freely and landing. Already taking out 2 of Geiger's 20s, which they desperately needed. But shredding the top of Geiger's base and dealing actual core damage in the process, bringing Geiger's top core to 76% HP. Oh, and those mortars are still largely uncontested. Geiger does not have the anti-air. Oh, a couple gunners have been added. Oh!
I love the defensive.
The defensive turbine. Taking hits for...
It just cracks me up. Oh,
Oh, so very close. So very, very close. The defensive turbine just taking hits for the 20 mil, giving it just enough time to be sold off. Recover that cash. That's beautifully played. Ambrulo reduced to nothing. Blood Parasite with surprise mortars actually dealing real damage. Oh no.
Jeez.
Geiger loses everything.
Yeah, it's gonna be death by sniper.
Oh no.
Jeez.
That just feels bad. There were 5 machine gunners. 5 machine gunners shooting at the nuke. And they just utterly failed. And there's nothing you can really do about that. Like, you can't... What do you do? 5 machine gunners isn't enough to knock down 1 missile consistently. It hurts so much when that happens. Welcome to RNGesus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened there.
Like, Geiger had everything they needed to stop it, and it just happens. And with that, Blood Parasite is the victor in this match, knocking Geiger out of the tournament and moving on to face the loser of the next winners round. All right then.
Looks like we have Ambrulo versus Groots or Groot. I don't know how to pronounce that actually.
I don't either, but I can try anyways. I call him Grutze, and I tend to roll the R because I don't know why I roll the R.
And still in the lower round, one lower bracket.
Yes. And see, Ambrulo is in the first position, so perfect. The gunners were well-trained stormtroopers. Oh no. This next match will be on balls. A fan favorite.
Everyone loves balls.
Absolutely. It's weird how many, like, anytime it's an option to play, everyone just jumps onto that one.
Yep.
And I'm entirely certain it has nothing to do with the layout of the map. Good lord. All we need is Grutze to return to the lobby. And then we can get our bands going. Nice to see new names in the tournament. There are no new names in this tournament. Which is actually kind of strange. Usually there's at least a couple new names. I think it's because we had I'm sorry, I wasn't there for it to see the list of all the people. Last week there was I'm going to say a seed tournament, as it were.
Sure, qualifier sort of thing.
Qualifier. And I imagine there were a fair few newer players there that just didn't quite make it through the gauntlet. Usually on these tournaments, because these tournaments are open, but usually there's a fair few newer players, and it's nice to see them. They don't tend to make it very far, which is not at all a surprise, considering that Forts is a game with an extremely high skill cap, and it takes a long time to learn. We're getting word that, looking back, Geiger did pre-fire 3 of those machine guns and missed, so it wasn't entirely RNG. Oof. My pronunciation of Grutze is almost right. I am excited to hear that.
Grutze, okay, that's good.
But I would have to actually spend time to learn, which is something I'm happy to do. At least a little bit. But the commander bans have gone through, Ambrulo banning Seep, and Killer Grutze banning
Grutze.
Pinch.
Yep.
So we have our bans on balls, so let's jump right into it. Let us go. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, here on the left-hand side, it is Ambrulo. Going all the way around his island to build rear wind turbines. This is something we see a lot, and a lot of players are split on this. Especially some of the earlier rushes will tend to just put turbines loud and proud in front, because spending the extra 3 foundation nodes here is kind of expensive. And you don't really need to spend that money when you can just put a wind turbine up front. But we do see Ambrulo going for the rear turbines here, which is something that you see sometimes. I mean, it does make them quite free, or quite nigh invulnerable. Whereas his opponent, Grutze, is going for those turbines that are just out there, just right down below. Super cheap, super fast, doesn't have to spend the extra money on it. He's spending that extra money on going up to 3 additional mines, so 6 mines, which is a lot of economy. It's a lot of income. Both players choosing the Scattershot Commander. Just like the previous match where we saw a Scattershot Mirror, This is another map where buzzsaws are quite powerful, as this map allows for 2 fairly easy expansions. One above, one below. Expansions that are quickly dispatched by a single buzzsaw. Both players actually building buzzsaws, so I suspect that's what's going on there.
Do you think we're going to see a core swing?
Well, no, we've already passed that point. Although it is possible to core swing on this map. Yes, you can literally swing your core. We saw it in the last time we had a tournament here. Swung his core all the way behind his ball. And still lost, by the way. Spoiler alert. Despite being nigh immortal.
Oh, the one I was thinking, he did that, and I think he survived, and his core even got touched by a laser. We're talking about Eaton, if I remember.
Yes.
Unless you're thinking about somebody else. Because I think... Oh, look at that. We have core damage already.
Yeah, that's something you don't see every day.
Oh, jeez.
The double shot snipers taking advantage of the greed of his opponent. Oh, he's going to do it again. Ambrulo. Oh, you missed. Oh, you missed again. Oh, ho, ho, ho. It's still vulnerable. Is that metal can be destroyed? Okay, no, because it was converted metal. So that could have been destroyed. But no mass. No more. Down to 40%.
Can you believe that?
That's
So
something you
fast.
don't see every day. That is that's a pretty hard yikes. Ambrulo coming in with the AP sniper cheese attempt. Almost ended the game. It would have ended the game if he didn't miss his shot. He missed 2 sets of shots, and that would have been game ending if either of them hit. Grutze, oof, nearly did not survive that. But man, that's actually going to put Ambrulo at a pretty heavy back foot here. Ambrulo was basically an all-in. Like, what is Ambrulo's transition here? Just expand down into swarm missiles? Whereas Grutze already has a 20 mil just being placed.
Yep.
Like, look at this expansion. It's just dangling down here, and that's one buzzsaw away from complete disconnect. And remember, if Ambrulo loses this connection, doesn't have a solution for dealing damage anymore. Like, he could build swarms on his existing island, but it's not a great spot. Okay. We have the commander ability active for Ambrulo's scatter shot. Not sure why. Oh, he's gonna try to burn through the doors, I guess. That's interesting decision. Nope. Okay. Curious. AP snipers kind of scattering their damage around, which is good. Buzzsaws. I still am not sure what Ambrulo's strategy here is going to be. As the 20 mils are firing, Ambrulo, I think, is realizing that he needs to do something drastically different. As there's losing his snipers has now lost any potential counter damage.
Yeah.
Buzzsaw is technically counter damage because, well, greedy turbines that are just out there and exposed. But that's not something that's going to work for any serious amount of time. Ambrulo building mortars. I mean, sure, we've seen them work before. Especially if you can blindside your opponent with them. I don't... Like, that isn't the solution to the problem that you're about to have. That problem is multiple 20 mils. Especially losing his 4th mine. Ambrulo's down on economy. At less than half the mines his opponent has. Grutze is going to be moving very quickly in any direction he wants, and Ambrulo isn't.
Yeah, despite having a damaged core.
Yeah. Like, at this point, I would say Ambrulo's best path to victory is just trying to survive for the next 8 minutes and win off core damage. But, I mean, we're talking about Grutze here. Grutze's got, sitting on now 320 mils. You try surviving 320 mils, scattershot 20 mils for 8 minutes. That's a tall tale right there. Ambrulo rebuilding his 4th mine. Well, he does have the 3 mortars. Maybe you can get critical damage down with this launch. Not quite. Not quite. Needs to aim a little bit lower. Grutze is going to need to do more than just sandbags on the defenses. Ambrulo, better. Ideally, he wants to hit on the doors of the lowermost cannon of Grutze. The one that's firing right now. That's where he wants to hit. Oh, well, yep. The 20 mils doing the 20 mil things.
Nice damage both sides.
Yes. So
But
Grutze...
that was all of the mortars are gone.
Yeah.
Grutze still has 220s.
So, money-wise, Ambrulo came out on top, because that is a heavy weapon. That's going to take longer to rebuild and is very expensive. However, Ambrulo lost every weapon, period. So, that's just going to leave Grutze further ahead. Because Grutze can just rebuild that, because he's got a massively larger economy. Not an efficient trade for Grutze, but one that he's more than happy to take any amount of time. And 20s are firing again, just trying to build up some of that commander ability active. He's going up to 320s again. Oh no.
And the mortars are back.
Yes. So this time Grutze has built a couple machine gunners, although that's not enough to stop the mortars. And mortars are launched. Yes, one mortar does make it. But commander ability active.
Oh, shot.
Again, the one sniper shutting down.
Oh,
But
good
it's
shooting there.
it
Took out
cuts
the
so
upgrade
deep.
center.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ambrulo loses the upgrade center, and that's a pretty nasty repair bill. Without the upgrade center, those mortars will not be upgraded, so he's going to be stuck on 2 heavy mortars and 1 incendiary for the foreseeable future. Yeah, he's just selling the incendiary, which I wouldn't do, because it's at least something that's going to pull up some distraction.
Mm.
Especially
Yeah,
considering...
he just got a few resources for it, but probably not worth it.
Especially considering Grutze is going up to a ton of
gosh.
more. The counter snipes, Ambrulo's sniper is overwhelming Grutze. Like Grutze, you gotta get a sniper of your own there, Grutze. Like, come on. Don't let that sniper do what it's doing to you. That's 320 mils at this point. That's too many machine gunners. Like, you cannot, Ambrulo cannot
Yeah,
make
he's
it
gonna
through.
have to. He needs to transition now to something.
Grutze is selling the munitions plant. Interesting. Buzzsaw doing buzzsaw things, disconnecting the expansion. That's going to be convenience for Ambrulo. Still a huge amount of an overwhelming anti-air. Curious. What is your plan?
It's a mystery. Can he hold off for another 3.5 minutes?
I think he can at this point. Off the back of the sniper, mostly. Just that sniper has done terrible, terrible damage to all of Grutze's weaponry.
Yeah, he's building up to the... No, he's just building up a little bit.
I don't... Like, that's gotta be it. There's 3 minutes left, and Brulo's got nothing but snipers at this point. I think he's just gonna try to survive for the next 3 minutes.
He did it again.
Come on. Rutze, don't let him do this to you. You've got 20 mils. You have you have everything. Literally just replace that 20 mil that you lost with a sniper and go to town.
Yeah,
please.
Take out the other sniper.
Please. You've got already double doors. They're tiny doors. Don't let him do this to you. Just get rid of those snipers. He's building a tower of snipers at this point.
Yep.
Just stop it. Alright, good. That's removed some of the snipers. Nope. Nope. Okay.
Interesting. Oh, nice.
Oh,
nice
there it
shot.
goes. Okay.
Wow.
Problem solved.
Yep. That was always on the cards, wasn't it?
Yes, yes it was. 20 straight to the core.
With 40% health.
Yeah.
Nice comeback.
Okay, so that was beautiful for those who didn't catch it. He splashed an EMP on the shields in front of Bruto's core, and then slammed him with cannon shells.
Yeah.
That's how that goes. Very
I
effective.
think the commander was active too, wasn't it?
It was. So it was burst fire shotguns of cannon rounds. Solving problems multiple cannon rounds at a time. I didn't actually expect that to happen. It was a possibility, of course, but I didn't expect that to actually happen because there was a fair amounts of, well, more armor on his core. But hey, you know, well aimed, well timed. It was great. And with that, Grutze moves on.
Very nice. That was a entertaining game.
Very entertaining. Just like, surprise!
Now we have Ethan and Matteo in round 2.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. Ethan and Matteo. Classic matchup. And as always, guys, if you'd like to see more content just like this, or to see continuing tournaments and the like, make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and let the developers know this is the kind of content you guys want to see. And we're off. Ethan has arrived, taking the top slot. There's no way he knew they were shields. Shields are very loud. Anytime an opponent builds shields, you know about them.
Yeah, the whole what you can and can't hear has been an interesting thing to make decisions on. Like we recently made it so that you can no longer hear your opponent paint a target, which I thought was going to be a bit contentious, and it seems people have accepted it. And the reason why I changed it is that it was actually never intended to be heard from the opponent, because it's meant to be like a radio to the commander specifically, right? So, but of course we can hear it as observers. But you know, it's funny, like, because I think there was one where I was even experimenting, and I think I made it so that doors couldn't be heard, and that was a big people were really not happy with that. So there's certain you know what I mean, like there's a fair amount of information that comes from the audio that's very gameplay driven, you know what I mean? And
yes.
And while, you know, I mean, technically, should you be able to hear a door from 2 kilometers away? I don't think so. You know what I mean? But
it makes for
if
good
we took
gameplay.
that out, it would just make Well, it'd make it a lot harder, wouldn't it? You know.
Yes, yes, it would. All right, it looks like we have our commander's band with pinch fists and seep. So I believe we are ready to go.
What is Embrulo doing here?
Embrulo has been knocked out of the tournament. They will not be participating as a player. I believe Embrulo is also streaming right now, so I do not have any issue with them being in the lobby for casting reasons.
Okay, sure.
Another German commentator. We have so many German commentators here. For those wondering, we have Salzwerk as well as Finn and Embrulo. So you guys have plenty of commentary and lots of options for any who desires. Make sure to check them out on Twitch. And big shout out to Embrulo, who is also a participant in this tournament, despite having been knocked out already. But it looks like we are good to go.
I think we are.
So let's get this match started. Time's up. Let's do this. And we're off. Here on the left-hand side, it is Eaton, going with Spook, and starting out with his favorite, the rear commander, the rear turbines, protected from everything, facing off against his opponent, also Spook. It's Matteo, doing the same thing that his opponent did. This is already a restart of the last match. We have one player going for rear turbines, one player going for the cheap and early fast turbines. You can see here, Eaton's turbines are still under construction. Matteo's are already completed and did not cost anything to place, or at least no additional nodes were required.
This is a very spooky battle.
Hey! In the Spook Mirror match. Oh, jeez. This is... Well, as expected, Matteo slightly ahead in the build order race, having placed his technology slightly faster. Has an additional mine as well. Wow, Eaton going so far as to sell all of his things.
Oh, here we go.
It's,
What's
okay.
he doing?
He's playing Pinch Fist, that's what he's doing. Okay. Redesigning his base. Changing several of his fundamental struts to the long 4-length struts. Which is good for stability.
Yep.
Very good for stability. More importantly, he's going for the upgrade center. So we can expect to see turbines? Oh, not turbines. Mortars? No, nukes. It's nukes. Why did I suspect otherwise? Offensive turbines. Just don't count them out. I'm sure I'll find a way at some point. So it is going to be nukes versus cannons. Matteo on this right side here, speeding ahead in his build order a bit faster than Eaton is going to be going with the heavy weapons facility, specifically the munitions plants. Oh,
he lost his.
He lost his technology.
Interesting.
One buzzsaw. Eaton, why you gotta be so greedy all the time? You leave yourself open to all the things every single time, and you never get punished for it, except for right now when you just got punished pretty hard. So Eaton just lost his upgrade center, and with his upgrade center gone, that's going to be no nukes for the significant amount of time It's an indefinite but significant amount of time. So Ethan's going to be locked to swarm missiles, basically for the foreseeable future, whereas Matteo is absolutely going to have a cannon placed and good to go before Ethan is able to get those upgraded nukes fired. Which is very good for Matteo, not so good for Ethan. I'm curious as to if Ethan will just straight up change his strategy here. Because that's a huge setback.
Mm.
Nope,
Yeah, no,
it's
he's
going
put
for the
it
upgrade
back.
center again. Funny enough, it's still vulnerable to the same exact thing. Matteo would have to move downward slightly to get it. Would he? I mean, I don't... It probably doesn't even have to do that, but it would be a pixel-perfect shot, and Matteo, known for his pixel-perfect shots, probably isn't going to be making that shot particularly reliably. So I don't think he's going to do it again. But it is possible to make that shot a second time. Especially if he moves his buzzsaw down a single block. As expected, Matteo already has his 20mm placed. Or rather, it's going to be a standard cannon, not a 20mm. What am I talking about? Who uses 20mm when you're not scattershot? And on the other side, Ethan, launching his first set of swarms. Looks like he's going to be spread firing them. Sending them all over the place. Just a nice splashing of superficial damage. A little paint off of the unpainted wood. The nukes are just being upgraded now. Ethan's starting the upgrade process. Whereas Matteo here is placing a second cannon and is preparing to fire his first. Actually has his commander ability active at this point in time. Taking a peek at Ethan's internals, probably looking for vulnerability. He's going to have to start building some anti-air quite quickly here, I imagine. Matteo is aware that there is a nuke on the way at this point in time. So he does want to get some... Yes, he's placing some gunners way up here in the corner where they're going to be left largely alone. Curious. Cannon round. Straight to the foundation. Yeah, he may have been trying to. We don't know. Double swarms launched. Anti-air coming in to assist. No significant damage dealt. The nuke has completed. Remember, if this nuke lands on Matteo's core, bad things happen. By bad things, I mean Ethan just straight blows up Matteo. Period. Because there's not many defenses on anyone's core at this point. And the nuke should be launched here. No, he's not. He had the energy too, but he chose to build turbines instead. Curious. The sniper wars are here. Ethan sniping out all the anti-air possible. I think at this point Ethan knows if he goes straight to the core with his nuke, he just wins. And he's not aiming for the core this time.
He might be aiming for the cannons.
He is.
Oh! Defensive cannon shot. That was awesome.
That was necessary. That just saved him. That nuke was absolutely going to land, but Matteo just shoots it out of the sky with an entire cannon round.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, Matteo kind of desperately needs to get some pressure on because he's just... Yeah, Ethan's firing it again.
Yeah.
And as much as he would like to say that he can do things
Yeah,
about
that's what
it.
I was hoping he would do, is just...
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
There's the damage. I think Matteo was trying to end the game, knowing full well he wasn't going to stop that nuke. He was just trying to go straight to the core. It didn't work out. And
Yeah, I mean,
now...
he damaged Eaton's core, but at the cost of all his weapons.
Yes. And Matteo has nothing but anti-air at this point, and not much of that. No longer has anti-air at this point. That puts Eaton extremely in the lead. And I don't actually see a way for Matteo to reasonably or reliably come back in this game.
Oh!
It goes down. Takes out a turbine, but nothing of value. Oh, the minigunners.
They're so annoying.
They are. They do so much, but also so little. The banter.
I love the banter.
So this is a beautiful launch. Oh wow, that one gunner. And he pays with his life. Oh no. That one gunner taking out the nuke, saving Matteo, but being repaid with a sniper round. This is the kind of match I've come to expect from Eaton and Matteo. Extremely experienced players.
In Matteo's situation, what do? You just armor up and try and soak up the hits?
At this point, I build mass sniper machine gunner and prevent Eaton from having anything with an open door ever.
Yeah.
Like, he's got 5 minutes. Matteo wins in 5 minutes on damage to the core.
He does, yeah.
Eaton also doesn't have a strong economy. He's relying entirely on having map control as his defense and offense. If you can take out his snipers, if you can stop him from having those buzzsaws, you can straight up snipe these swarm missile launchers from above an angle. You just gotta get map control first. That's the name of the game. Eaton loses if he does not have map control. Matteo can spend the time just getting map control. Like, sure, you can try to face tank all that damage, but that's just a mistake. Like, minigunners, snipers, machine gunners. Don't let Eaton bully.
Yeah. He's surviving okay so far.
Yes, he is. He's surviving, but it's costing him. He is in a spiral at this point. He has some play to work around it. The spiral is not closing in on his immediate demise, but it's still not in a good position for him to be. He's fueling himself by selling his tech. He's sold his wind turbines. He's got not much left to sell. He's a skeleton of a base, and he's having to pay even more repair bills. Like, this is a limited... He's got limited time on his life here. And it's starting to close in. The fires are burning. He's losing control. Matteo's not in a good position, but Eaton only has 3 minutes to close it out, or at least deal significant core damage. Lands. Massive damage.
Yeah.
Not enough to push him over the edge, but Eaton doesn't know that. Yes. Currently, Eaton has 56% core damage, down against Matteo's 61%. So Matteo will still win, given the timer, but it is close enough that neither player knows who is actually in the lead here. So, at this point, Matteo should be reacting by attempting to get more damage done. Oh, man. It's so much. Like, Matteo does not have the money.
No.
That's it. Matteo is bled dry. He needs those snipers. That he needs to get that sniper out and dealing damage. And Matteo, Ethan is able to not only apply pressure, but he's just being the better player at this point. He's applying pressure with his weapons, while sniping, while minigunning, and comboing his nuke with the buzzsaws to make sure it goes even deeper. He's playing this better. This latter half better. The first half, not so much. The first half, he got kind of wrecked.
Yeah.
But the latter half, he is just outskilling Matteo here, and it's showing. But I think Mateo's keeping it on lock. He's got 60 seconds left to hold, and Ethan hasn't been able to break him. I'm surprised to see that Ethan hasn't upgraded to. Oh, that's it.
Yep. That was a lucky nuke.
That's what he needed.
Yeah.
33%. 45 seconds remaining, and Ethan will win when the timer reaches 0. It's actually possible that Matteo doesn't survive that long. With no money, the nuke is launching again. Oh yeah,
This might take him out.
This might just eliminate him right here.
Yeah.
Oh! I am convinced that the wind turbine actually saved him there, keeping him alive. The swarm missiles aren't going to penetrate that. I was wrong. They did penetrate that. With a few seconds remaining, Ethan fully exterminates Matteo. In this mirror match, Ethan is our victor, knocking Matteo down to the lower bracket.
Very cool. Always entertaining, those guys.
Yes. That's, I think, my favorite matchup in all of Forts so far. Seeing those two play, especially in a mirror match.
I don't know what Eaton's asking there. Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay, so Firework versus Noah, round 2. Firework.
All right. My commentator's curse. Oh no.
Yeah. So, yeah, Firework versus Noah in round 2.
Firework versus Noah. The teams are correct. Battlegrounds 1v1. The players are here. It is time for bans. That last match was so... Eaton with his sniping is just oppressive, and I love it.
Yeah. He's so consistent with this game. And it just seems, he seems to also, there's a little luck goes his way as well, but I'd say he's just at one with this game.
He is, I think, the best player we have seen in Forts, period.
Yeah.
All right, the bans have come through. Pinchfist and Scattershot are banned. And with that, we should be ready. The players are in, the commanders banned, the matchups made.
Amrulo needs to ready up.
Let's get this one going. Let's do this.
I like the background of this map.
I do. This is one of my favorite backgrounds, actually.
It's the training grounds.
It is. It's one you really don't see often.
No.
Alright, so here on the left-hand side with the Spook Commander, it is Firework. Starting out with the mine and a workshop. This is a fairly standard start for most any matchup. Especially this one, where it is a mirror match. Also choosing the Spook Commander, it is Noah on the right side. Starting out with a very similar build. Going for 4 mines and then tech. Going also with the workshop technology. Oh, going all the way up to 5 mines. Both players, actually. Noah slightly ahead on mines, whereas Fireworks slightly ahead in technology. Curious to see how they diverge in the coming seconds. I say is clearly also building a sniper platform in the same exact space that Fireworks is building a sniper platform. Looks like Firework is ahead on the swarm missile rush, having a swarm missile placed already. Also going with a buzzsaw, which is not unsurprising, although neither player is vulnerable to such buzzsaw shenanigans. Noah placing his swarm missile launcher somewhat behind Fireworks. Fireworks is actually 2/3 of the way complete by the time Noah places his.
Noah has tier 2 tech building.
Yes, and this is where it gets divergent. The reason for the delay is that Noah has placed a cannon production facility, the munitions plant. This will enable Noah to build cannons. Whereas Firework has gone with the upgrade center. Looks like going to be relying on mortars and potentially a nuke along the way. But Noah will be transitioning into cannons very quickly, it would seem. Just using the swarm missile as a stopgap before the cannons arrive. Firework testing the waters with his own sniper. Curious to see that they have not fired their swarm missile just yet. Both players are aware that there are swarm missiles in play, and yet neither player has actually used them. Hey, in perfect sync, both swarm missiles are fired at the same time. And across the way they go, largely uncontested.
Yep.
Dealing insignificant but annoying damage to their opponent, which is the best kind. Looks like Firework will be directly upgrading his mortars to heavy mortars before revealing them or firing them. Although, to be fair, given the Spook Commander, even if his opponent did not see the mortars, which he probably did, the Spook Commander enables vision of those, so Noah is prepared for the mortars already, or at least has gotten some trenched gunners. An upgraded sniper. Firework coming with the AP sniper.
Ooh.
Does not successfully eliminate Noah's sniper. Oh. Machine gunners surviving. We have some more upgrades. Looks like Firework actually upgrading to miniguns. Those mortars are so very close. So very close, but very far away. Getting taken out of the sky once more. Hey! A mortar actually lands. A little bit unexpected, although a single mortar landing is not of major concern. Minigunner. Oh, did the minigunner get sniped? Minigunner got sniped. That's painful. That is time and a fairly notable amount of money drained. But Noah is at 2/3 of their way toward completing a cannon. Noah's just here biding time. Launching the swarm just to be annoying and for no other reason. Swarm does nothing, but it does annoy his opponent. Whereas Firework is now launching a nuke. Nuke somewhat more devastating, actually dangerous here. Ooh, it's going to land.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's some good damage. That's some very good damage.
Core is still 100%.
Yes, it did a lot of deformation, removed the sniper. Didn't deal critical damage. Noah still has 100% core and their cannon was untouched, which will be firing now.
Nice shot.
A beautiful hit, removing 2 out of 3 of Fireworks mortars. Here comes the nuke once more. Oh no. Oh. That was about the most damage that nuke could have done. Slamming directly into the cannon of Noah. Of course, it was protected from the nuke, so it will survive, but that was a nasty repair bill in the process. Buzzsaw causing a little bit of deformation on Fireworks base, but nothing that can't be worked with.
Yeah, and a bit of a wayward cannon shot there, just taking out a gunner.
The nuke launches once more. I think Noah at this point is just panicking. Then these nukes keep landing, and his anti-air is not sufficient. Yeah, I think he's given up on attempting these gunners and is just saying, okay, gunners, you aren't getting paid enough or something. Let's just remove the RNG, hardwall them off entirely. Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Nice buzz shot slicing off the top of Fireworks' little extension. That's going to be a bit of a costly repair bill, but isn't critical to Fireworks' strategy in any way. Looks like Firework is actually going to connect to his upward expansion. Potentially additional nukes up there, or additional rocket missile weapons of a kind. Noah returning sniper fire with sniper fire.
I'd like to see another cannon from Noah, if possible.
I think that's what he was originally planning on, and then got nuked and decided that he'd rather just survive for a bit. I think is what's happened at this point.
He's got a extension of panic. He grabbed it like a hand. It was funny.
And
then it wasn't
that's what the buzzsaws do best.
Nice shot.
And there's our first core damage.
Yep.
It's going to put Noah in the lead with the cannon. So Firework has replaced his lost mortars with mortars on the above platform. The nuke is going to land once again.
Right on. Jeez.
It went inside the base and then exploded. Oh.
Didn't take out the cannon though,
No.
but it certainly hurt.
Noah
See, I would have
has.
shot at the same location as last time.
I mean, he didn't. He knows that he didn't deal actual, like, real core damage or anything
Yeah.
critical. It was just enough to put him in the lead, but nothing of significance was lost. Nothing of value. Whereas I think Noah just doesn't want those endlessly annoying minigunners around anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand that sentiment.
And there's some threatening mortars happening from firework now. The top.
Yes, and Noah has no answer to them. Kind of. Noah does have a couple gunners that are pointed upward, but no real answer to them. Because that's not enough gunners. And hasn't invested heavily.
Nice shot.
Right. All three mortars land. Noah will not be able to sustain many more hits like that.
Oh.
It's getting a little bit risky. Cannon round, swing and a miss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good mortar hit removes a gunner, which will enable a good nuke hit. Removes a gunner, which will be able to assist the mortars in their volleys. Oof.
Yeah, that was a good shot with the buzzsaw. That'll buy him a little bit of time.
More time. And honestly, time... Oh, a beautiful hit. Removing both weapons. Without that minigunner, Noah's machine gunners down below will be much more free to deal with that nuke. Firework seriously needs to step up his firepower here. He only has 3 minutes left to do so.
Yep.
So remember, the cores have been damaged. We have Noah sitting at 88%, or sorry, Firework at 88%, while Noah is still at 100%. In 3 minutes' time, if no player is able to eliminate each other, then Noah will win off of core damage alone. And Firework hasn't been able to change that. The nuke is going to try.
Oh. That could have been worse.
That could have been way worse. Almost was, but detonating at the very tip away from everything was about the best case scenario for Noah there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Penetrating all the way to ground, that cannon shell takes out 2 of Firework's turbines. It's going to leave Firework with 0 turbines remaining. That's not a lot of turbines. That's not a lot of energy production. Certainly not much to fire 2 missile launchers and 4 mortars along the way. Looks like Firework is rebuilding his turbines up top. The one space that has been perpetually harassed and disconnected by the buzzsaws. The cannon shell over-penetrating once more. Actually breaking some foundation nodes this time, some integral struts. Fireworks base is starting to get somewhat deformed, I say, as if it hasn't been deformed for a notable amount of time.
Nice shot again.
More splash damage onto Fireworks core, bringing it down to 74%. Oh, that one
Very
gunner.
clutch.
I'm trying to think, like, what could Firework do to come back in this?
Land a lucky nuke.
It would have to be, I think it would have to be a nuke, specifically where Noah's turbines are currently. If that breaks, it's possible that this rips off, but this isn't like ledge grab or moorings where your base falls apart if you lose your one strut there. But I mean,
30 seconds left.
yeah, that's one more nuke.
Yeah,
The mortars
if
could
you can get
potentially do
another
it.
volley.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the last little bit. Firework doesn't really have the energy production to fire his mortars reliably. He's only firing 2 of them. Nuke doesn't do it.
No.
Mortars don't make it. 10 seconds. And that's about it, yeah.
Oh, and then,
And
yeah.
the disconnect. GG.
GG.
Noah
That was good.
with the victory. Goes up over Firework to face Eaton in the semifinals. Firework being knocked to the lower bracket where they have a chance. Sorry, Firework being knocked to the lower bracket where they have a chance to return. Good job, Noah.
I think Firework plays again.
I believe so. This next... no, it should be Matteo versus Grutze next.
Oh, you're right. That's right. Challenge does a thing where it jumps down, doesn't it? Like, that always catches me. Matteo versus Grutze. In the lower round 2.
That was such a slow match, that one. Like, it was just one cannon getting chip damage and then
Yeah.
going
Yep.
from there. If that had continued, I do think that Noah would have inevitably defeated Firework. Noah was disassembling, was slowly grinding away at Firework, but it was very slow. Even if Firework had landed the lucky nuke, it would not have been. It would very likely have not have done enough to destroy Noah entirely. Just mildly delay.
Okay, we need to know the commanders. Oh, we were waiting for Matteo, that's why.
Alright, Matteo and Grutze are here. Let's get the bands. Matteo bans Scattershot. And Grutze bans Spook. Not entirely surprising.
I think our teams are correct. Yeah, we're looking pretty good, actually.
Alright, we are good to go. Alright.
Yep, everybody's ready now.
Let's do this. Matteo versus Grutze. And we're off. On the left side, on a map we've seen once before, it is Matteo. Going with the Pinch Fist commander, we actually have a Pinch Fist mirror match this time, facing off against Grutze. Are they actually doing the same start? They are. Both going for the cheap and early turbines behind. I like how you can just kind of build your turbines all the way out to the rear of the cavern with a few extra ropes. Both players starting with 2 mines or starting with 2 turbines and expanding down to connected to their mine. Curious with their technology choices. Grutze going with the workshop, and Matteo also going with the workshop. So this is a mirror match where both players are going for the same strategy, the same everything so far, and doing so on an equal timer, even getting the additional mine. Curious if they're going to go for the third mine. Looks like Grutze the third mine, and also Matteo the third mine. Okay, so we're going hard economy on all fields. That's what's happening here. Yep. A pinch fist classic, selling off some of their foundation, making their base more vulnerable, and yet it boosts along their build orders quite nicely. Okay, so I'm curious to see where their builds diverge, and it looks like right now, it looks like Grutze going with the laser production facility. We're going to see some laser weaponry out of Grutze, whereas Matteo, the heavy weapons, or should I say the cannon production facility, the armory, the munitions plant, I'm sorry. So that will be a difference in weaponry and playstyles. I am interested to see how this pans out.
Who are you leaning towards in this one?
Given that both players are aware that they are going for greedy builds and heavy weapons rushes, the one who comes out on top is the one who fires first. The one who fires first is the energy weapons player, assuming they have gone for fire beams. Doing a double fire beam start is going to destroy any heavy weapons rush that either player can bring out. Assuming that they are both on pace to do the same thing. Cannons typically will come out and arrive faster than the energy weapons. However, if you are aware that your opponent is also going for a heavy weapons rush, you can bring out a fire beam, which does not require the additional placement of a battery and additional metal storage, so you don't have to spend the extra resources on that, and because it's cheap enough, you can get it out before your opponent places a cannon, and therefore you can interrupt the cannon building process with the fire beam.
Right.
And that is...
Oh, he's going howitzer. Interesting.
He's going howitzer. And Grutze is going for plasma laser, which is not the counter. So remember that there is a fire beam timing attack in which you can slam your opponent with multiple fire beams at the perfect timing when their opponent is in the middle, like halfway through constructing their cannon, or their howitzer, or whatever heavy weapon it is, even other laser weapons like the plasma beam. And if you get that early control, you get that early snipe, then you are insurmountably ahead of your opponent. So I am kind of surprised that I didn't see double, triple fire beam out of Grutze here, given that you can see what Matteo is doing, and they're doing the exact same thing. But here we are. And now Matteo is going with the howitzer cannon play, which is game ending if they can land the shot, which is quite easy to land, especially at this range.
Yep.
Grutze should be able to fire first with their plasma beams. Their plasmas. But I don't think it's going to be enough. The plasmas do not have the damage outputs of the howitzer cannon, and yet arrives ready to fire only a precious few seconds before the cannon and howitzer are ready to fire. That's not enough. At least with the fire beam, you can straight up eliminate Matteo's things a whole, 60 seconds before Matteo is ready. But with the plasma beam, it's going to be too much. Like, with the plasma is finishing right now, and in response, the howitzer is finishing in 5 seconds. And this is all the advantage that Grutze is going to get for the rest of the game, and it is gone. I still suspect Rutse will fire first, because ideally Matteo wants to wait until that cannon is completed. Cannon's another 30 seconds out.
Yeah.
But Matteo can absolutely just fire and be reloading the howitzer while the cannon finishes building. Looks like Rutse also not too keen to fire. Everyone's just building up. You can look at all that beautiful bracing, extra doors being added everywhere. This is when both players are sitting back and turtling and waiting for the first shot to be struck before the World War starts. Everyone's weapons are ready, and beautiful door snipe. All right, and that's basically GG right there. Grutze with an extremely accurate and perfectly timed laser. Neither player, I think, planned that. I'm not going to credit Grutze with attempting to specifically door snipe. They just decided to fire. It happened to be at the exact same time that Matteo decided to fire, and coincidentally made it through the tiniest of doors, eliminating Matteo's howitzer as it was firing. Matteo decided to aim for Grutze's economy and hit it, but didn't destroy it. Took out the sniper and all the defenses there, which is cool. Unfortunately, Matteo lost every weapon, so has nothing but snipers. Which, to be fair, snipers are quite good versus the laser weapon, right? But that's. If Grutze did not have that stroke of luck, Grutze would be irrevocably behind. Fortunately, that's not the world we live in right now, and Matteo is struggling to figure out what to do. I'm surprised to see Matteo is not immediately replying with energy shields just in front of his weapon placements. You can freely build an energy shield there and then build a howitzer behind it. Or, in front of your core. Looks like Matteo is going to attempt to door snipe Grutze's weaponry. Manages to hit one, and Grutze thinks twice before firing it. Opens the door, gets hit with the sniper, and decides, let's not fire this right now. Closes it immediately without risking it getting shot once more. Matteo, I think that is his plan. He's going to attempt to suppress with snipers to keep those energy weapons closed behind doors, buy him the extra time he needs to rebuild his cannons, which he is currently in the process of doing. Laser hits, and snipers fire. One down. And in an interesting twist, Grutze is down.
Core damage.
Yeah. Not just core damage, that's 45% HP remaining on his core. That's down below half.
Yep.
So, as it stands, Grutze, with a plasma cannon and 2 fire beams, is behind Matteo, who has 3 snipers, 4 snipers, and nothing else.
That was a really interesting twist.
I expected... I did actually expect that to happen. That was the entire purpose of Matteo going with the sniper spam. If you notice, he didn't even manually aim those. He pre-aimed them, and the moment Grutze fired, he just spammed, refired them, and managed to land the shots he needed.
Yep.
That is what happened, and Matteo came out on top of that. It did cost him 2 mines, which is unfortunate. Oh, the fire beams are making it through.
There's
another one.
Oh. More core damage, down to 23%.
23%. Remember, guys, just because they're not cannons doesn't mean they don't explode. These heavy weapons, they explode violently when they're destroyed. And just the explosion is doing enough AoE damage. Look at the repairs on these are on fire. The core is down to 23%.
He's lucky that the splash didn't touch those batteries behind his core.
Those are, I think, too far away to detonate. The batteries are tanky enough that they generally don't chain react from plasma laser explosion. But the core takes some pretty heavy damage. It's also a lot closer.
Yeah.
So now that Mateo's cannon has finished construction. It looks like he's getting ready to fire it. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 doors in front of it. Did not save it last time, as it was a door snipe that took it out. But Rutse is very brave, I think, given that he's rebuilt his weapon. Oh. Oh, so very close. Both of those fire beams got sniped, but at the perfect time where the sniper round didn't get ignited by the fire beam's beam.
Yep.
Which is rare. Because remember, if a sniper round is ignited when it hits the fire beam, it just straight destroys the fire beam, the incendiary sniper round. So I'm surprised to see that. Looks like Matteo has adjusted the pre-aim on his snipers. Is going to be aiming for those fire beams this time. I don't think he has confirmation those plasma beams exist again after they both got sniped. Because I think if this lower plasma beam gets sniped again, it will leave the core at either 1 or 0%, but not destroy it. If the top plasma beam gets destroyed, this game is over. Matteo will be victorious. Matteo looking to finish up reconstruction of his howitzer.
So he's going to use the EMP to try and take out the... Oh, he should have used the EMP first.
One more sniper round, and that's it.
Yeah, he did it.
He got it.
He did it the wrong way around.
Yep.
Paid the price. Dearly.
Oh, gosh.
He just
Energy
hit the
shields.
buttons the wrong way.
He did. That was close. Grutze was trying to shut down the energy shield and then use the plasma laser to cut through.
Yeah.
Got it backwards, firing the laser first, causing a reflect, which didn't help or hurt anything, other than just leave Matteo immune. But more importantly, the open door was enough. Matteo, with his array of snipers, eliminated that plasma laser once more and causing the secondary explosions to just rinse through Grutz's base and finish him off. And with that, Matteo, with his sniping accuracy, moves on to the next stage of the lower bracket.
Okay, so now we're on match number 10, which is Firework versus Blood Parasite in the lower round 2. Very interesting. Seeing a bunch of familiar faces making their way through this bracket.
Oh, I love it. Sometimes I'll do, just for standard live streams, I'll do like a curated lobby where I have some of these top players just come in to play games. Just because it's fun to watch them. They're so good.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Alright, the bans have come through with Firework banning Scattershot and Blood Parasite banning Spook.
Cool.
It looks like we are good to go.
Fireworks team 1. Yep, we're all good.
Time's up. Let's do this. And we're off, ladies and gentlemen. into the last round of 2 match in the lower bracket. We have Firework going with the Pinch Fist Commander on the left-hand side. Facing off against his opponent, it's Blood Parasite with Firebird. We've actually seen Firebird once before in this map. Was it this map? No, it wasn't this map. But we have seen Firework once before.
Yeah.
Firebird, sorry.
Yeah, Firebird. Was it with Blood Parasite
Was
before?
it with Blood Parasite?
I can't remember.
I
Maybe
don't
chat
remember.
can help us.
Interesting. Curious to see how this is going to go. As remember, Pinch Fist specializes in redistribution of resources, so it's typically best used as a supplement to getting out the fastest possible rush. Whereas on the other side, Firebird. Firebird, one of those commanders that strengthens the harassment weapons to make them somewhat more lethal. It's always a difficult commander because you have to in order to take advantage of Firebird, you have to use weapons that are traditionally not particularly damaging, that are not game ending. So while you do see these weapons often, like these incendiary mortars, they're a stepping stone in the strategy. They aren't meant to be the end of your tech tree, the end of your build. And yet Firebird motivates you to make them the goal of your build. So you don't often see Firebird just because partially because it's strange, partially because it's difficult to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
It throws off what is effectively the fundamental elements of Fort's strategy in terms of build orders and such, which is fine. It's just weird, and most of the time it's not terribly effective. The same things that defeat these weapons and the same reasons why these weapons are not game-ending weapons doesn't actually change. It just makes them somewhat stronger. And yes,
that was a really nice flak.
I do want to point that out. Firework, with his flak, has managed to wipe out most of the mortars of Blood Parasite. Just manually fired, air bursted with the shrapnel dropping down into Blood Parasite's base. Of course, with these boosted incendiary mortars, they are doing a bit more damage. They do actually manage to destroy some key foundation bracing of Firework, causing him to lose some of his weapons. He built an EMP on a strut that collapsed due to his base being on fire. Looks like that flak will fully take vengeance upon all the mortars. The airbursts destroying anything inside Blood Parasite's base, leaving Blood Parasite with nothing, which is not the position you want to be in as the Firebird commander. Ooh, the sniper. And note the fire. That's because snipers shoot incendiary bullets, and incendiary bullets, very powerful. They leave fire everywhere, which is infuriating to deal with.
Just inserting fire into his base.
Mm-hmm. Unironically quite powerful, as it just basically deals chip damage to anything it hits. And that could blow things up. It can blow things up quite a lot. Curious as to what Blood Parasite is going to be doing. Has not rebuilt the mortars, is looking to transition. But hasn't actually built the weapons he wants to transition into. Is going with the upgrade sensor, which means that implies they're going to be upgrading some of their weapons, and yet has not built any weapons for which they can upgrade. So I genuinely have no idea what's going to happen there. Whereas Firework has finally gotten his shotgun and is upgrading his rockets as we speak, so we're going to see not EMPs, but standard rockets flying across the map. Blood Parasite looking like they've figured this out, which should not be a surprise considering Blood has actually already engaged and destroyed those weapons once already. We should see the defenses coming out for Blood, as indeed we do. There should be plenty of anti-air to stop this. Looks like Blood is rebuilding mortars in a new position. In the upper right there. Firework adding in a swarm missile launcher, I guess because why not? But we're about to see some rockets flying across the field and a pretty heavy attempt at a Firework to control the map. I suspect opening with the shotgun or perhaps the sniper before following up with rockets. There's the shotgun, taking out multiple machine gunners, the buzzsaw to chop off anything left, and the rocket follow-up. The one machine gunner, insufficient, slams into the front and splashing the core. Even using the shotgun once again to take out the one gunner that Blood Parasite had left. Here comes the rocket refire. Remember, the rockets reload very quickly.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to go quickly.
50% HP remaining on Blood's core. This is generally how rockets tend to do things. They just are 60%. They just deal a lot of damage very quickly. Is that an AP sniper? That is an AP sniper out of Blood Parasite. I don't know if... Oh, Firework did notice it is an AP sniper, has hard-walled off his expensive weapons, and hope to keep things alive. To keep his expensive goodies alive. The AP sniper, of course, during the active, will ignite anything that it passes through, leaving fire to rinse through Firework's base, taking out some of his lower weapons as well. Blood Parasite responding with mortars of their own. Flak attempting... Yes, he's attempting to use Flak once more to take out those mortars. Did not nail the shot.
No.
Alright, I think he's going to manually fire that Flak again. Nope. I'm not sure he knows where the mortars are launching from. More core damage. 49%. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh dear. I think Blood does not have... Ooh, snaking through the base. That's going to be a hefty repair bill, hitting the economy, shutting it down, and having to pay a lot to repair those quite expensive structures. Where's that shotgun? Ah, he's upgrading the shotgun because it exploded. Oh, more core damage. Firework with just the pair of rockets. Poor Blood is not able to get the damage done he needs. I am curious to see he's not at least trying to fire the mortars more often. Like, I understand that Firework does have sufficient defenses to knock them out of the sky fairly reliably.
He should be at least firing them, though,
shouldn't he? Yes, he should be at least firing them. Put the pressure on. Sometimes you get the chance that it makes it through anyways. It's stopping the flak from shooting at his base and dealing damage. Blood Parasite has actually managed to get some map control here. He's knocked out a sniper and two of those machine gunners. Like, this is not one-sided as much as Firework is the only ones who have done damage. It's close. This is not an easy victory. Blood Parasite is fighting back. He's just deciding that he doesn't want to fight harder. Selling off his mortars and replacing it with a cannon. Curious decision.
Oh, that's uncontested. Yeah.
Damage has been dealt. The nuke will be launched. Oh, that's just going to be it, isn't it? There's only one gunner, and it's enough. The gunner pays with its life. The shotgun clearing off the rest of the base. Oh no, that could deal massive damage if those hit. They do. 22% remaining on the core. Oh jeez. The AP sniper's trying, but at this point, Firework has double-doored his things.
Yep.
The flaming buzzsaw is dealing extra damage, igniting everything along the way, but Firework is covered in metal. The rocket's dealing more damage, but not penetrating to the core this time. There's not quite enough. Blood Parasite actually managing to scrap enough together to completely cover his core, for as rough of a position as he is in. The fog launchers, they tried, but the nuke should... oh no, Firework doesn't have the energy to fire it again. Firework actually struggling for power at this point, with only 2 turbines to his name. Not nearly enough to keep up with the damage output. Curious to see the commander ability acted by Blood Parasite without there being a... Ooh, nice.
Oh, that was sneaky. I didn't see him build that.
Yes. When he sold off his mortars, he built the cannon.
Gotcha.
He's actually about to open fire with his 20mm as well. He has made the transition successfully, but it came at a heavy price.
Yeah.
And it may not be enough considering the massive amounts of damage output. Using the 20mm as anti-air, it works successfully. That's actually a huge hit.
Yeah.
That 20mm managed to go through and take out all of the wind turbines for Firework. Firework already playing underpowered. By underpowered, I mean does not have sufficient energy to wield all of his weapons, so he's just staving off. He's not shooting his weapons and building up energy very slowly so that he can actually fire anything. No longer has any wind turbines and is now resorting to defend them with an energy shield, which will apply further tax onto his energy production. And that hurts. That hurts a lot. Firework's going to need to fix that problem before really continuing in this match. Whereas Blood, a little bit more stable, even if just shy of dead. I think is going to attempt to be saving up his own energy so that he can fire off his howitzers, not his howitzer, his 20mm followed by his cannon. There's a little extra wobble added to Fireworks base. Here comes the 20, and then we should see the cannon follow up.
Oh, with...
There it is.
Oh, he took out the energy shield. Interesting.
He did... He was aiming for the turbines once more, hitting the energy shield this time, which is actually a good trade for him.
Yeah.
The energy shield is quite expensive metal-wise, clocking in around about 300 metal. So that is a good trade. It's just not going to be enough. Trading at this point is not what Blood Parasite wants to do. He wants to actually deal significant damage. There we go. Now he's getting some damage in there. And with the anti-air basically removed from Firework, Blood Parasite's mortars are starting to land. They are just incendiary mortars. But of course, being Firebird, they're a little bit more scary than you would otherwise expect. Or normally expect. Those poor machine gunners. Blood Parasite, they're just getting sacrificed. The nuke fires, and there's very little to stop it. The 20mm, I think, is going to be his biggest hope, and there it is. Yep,
it
uses the 20mm to stop it. Will likely follow up with his cannon just to take advantage of the remnant splash damage off the 20mm, and there's the cannon shell. Oh.
1 minute left.
1 minute remaining, and yeah, no, the AP sniper penetrating. This one's gonna hurt my soul so much because Blood is actually coming back in this game, and yet there's still 45 seconds to the end. The nuke again.
He keeps doing that. That's amazing. He's using the 20 as both offensive and defensive at the same time.
I mean,
it's just unfortunate that Blood Parasite hasn't been able to cause any sort of core damage.
Yeah. It has been a slow and long grind, but Blood Parasite has brought himself back into a decent position in this game. And with 10 seconds left, it's not going to be enough. Firework has just been in the lead for far too long.
Yep. Shoot the cannon, quick. Yeah, that's all you can do.
It isn't enough.
Oh, late nuke.
If only, if only. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Firework will be our victor in this match, knocking Blood Parasite out of the tournament. And will be moving forward to face Matteo in the next lower bracket round.
Yep, so we're over to lower 3 match first.
Yes. So this will be Firework versus Matteo, so Firework should stay in the lobby. So welcome back, Firework, into the lobby. Be Firework versus Matteo. Another matchup we have seen several times. I'm curious to see what the commander picks and bans will be this time around.
Oh, we need Firework to come back.
Yes, we do.
Come back, dude.
Firework, return to us. Eaton, Noah, Matteo, and Eaton again. Firework, yes. Yes, the 4 most common names we see in these tournaments. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, I love these tournaments. I love watching these matches. They're so very good. The players are mesmerizing to watch.
They are. The strategy, the skill of, like, the aiming, awesome to see the flak being used with its, burst location setting. All the subtleties of even the shotgun, being able to control the spread, whether you want a narrow shot or a dispersed shot. People using these subtle little controls with such precision.
Yes. Fire burning key struts on that map is scary. It is. A lot of the strength of Firebird comes less from the harassment weapons being buffed, like the incendiary mortar and such, but from the basic weapons like the sniper. It just does slightly more damage, which can change the matchup. It ignites bracing, which can delay firing of weapons since now they have to be repaired and such. A significant amount of the strength comes from that.
Yep.
Even something as simple as doing a light dusting of the machine gunner spray all over the base can hit exposed weapons and ignite them, which can then burn to the ground. Something that never happens if you aren't Firebird.
Firework bans pinch. Matteo bans seep. Interesting. On ledge grab. And let's see. Firework should be team 1. Yep, he is.
All right.
I think that looks correct.
Looks like we are good to go. Pinch and Seep banned on ledge grab. I am not at all surprised to see Seep banned on this map. So what are your bets for what commanders they actually get to choose?
Pinch, spook.
Hey! One of the only... there's 3 commanders chosen. 2 of them are banned. Alright, let's do this. Time's up. Let's get this match started. And we're off. Oh, look. It's not a spook mirror. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Firework going with the Scattershot commander for that bonus buzzsaw, as well as the 20mm devastation. And on the right-hand side, it is Matteo. Using Spook, he's going to see everything that his opponents see and potentially more, with the side of stealing a few resources. Exciting. I am curious to see what their differences in build order will be. Looks like Scattershot opening with the Workshop, which is not at all surprising to me. I suspect both of these players are going to be going for a more heavy weapons focused build. We might see a rocket rush out of Matteo. Maybe. I think Firework will be going for heavy weapons, with a side of potentially buzzsaws and snipers to keep him alive on his way there. And Matteo is saving up a lot of money, and betting right here. Yep, right there. That's exactly where his munition plant's going. All right, that's about as I expected it to be. Where's Firework going to be placing his munition plants? My question. I do not know. Is he going laser? No, okay. Alright, so right there. There it is. Beautiful.
There it is. Right beside the stone wall.
Yes.
Always get a bit nervous about that when the base
we've
fort
seen
shakes, you know?
We've seen it before where the wobble happens. The recoil knocks everything around, causing the technology to slam into the wall and self-destruct.
Yeah.
You know, technology is fragile. You got to keep it nice and safe and not thrash it into against the hard rocks of a cliff. So 2 heavy weapons rush out of each of these players. Not surprising at all. I would not have been surprised to see a fire beam rush out of Matteo. Especially given that this match did have the appearance, like Firework did have from the player's perspective, it did have the appearance of a heavy weapons rush. And if a heavy weapons rush is in play, well, and you know it's in play, then fire beams are always a good time. But hey, Matteo is just straight up rushing a howitzer and is at one of the fastest timings of a howitzer you're going to see in this tournament. So quite effective. We've seen Matteo do a howitzer rush before and be quite successful with it, even though I would think it really was the snipers who won him the howitzer rush match, but
true.
Yep. Prepared for the buzzsaws already. Everything is metaled up and safe. Here we have Firework constructing his first 20 mil. We can expect to see that become a shotgun cannon soon. Second 20 mil is placed. I think Matteo wants to get a cannon, but he doesn't want a cannon more than he wants defenses, I suspect. Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to have to deal with Fireworks shenanigans. So he's just defending himself. He's going to sit with the howitzer for a time. I wonder what the tactic is going to be for Matteo if he's not going to actually get a cannon to follow up. The howitzer is good, don't get me wrong. It doesn't have the penetrative power of a cannon. Typically, you want to mix the howitzer with a cannon so you can splash everything, beacon everything, and then once everything's fragile, you send a cannon clean through and blow up whatever you want. That's not quite what's going on here. We just have a howitzer, and a howitzer alone, it deals significant damage, but it isn't game-ending, usually. will generally get some splash damage around, so maybe he's just gonna hope to touch the core and hope that that's the end of it. That's all he needs. We see a position here already set up for a cannon will eventually be placed, although he's not prioritizing that right now. We see energy shields being used as a defense. Energy shields, for those wondering, actually deflect, like fully reflect the 20mm cannon round, so that core is effectively immune to those cannons. Sandbags, extremely good versus cannon shells as well, although they aren't immune, so they will have to be replaced fairly frequently. You're seeing some sniping out of Matteo. Par for the course.
Defensive 20s.
I mean, it works. A 20mm knocking the howitzer out of the sky is a good trade for firework. That 20mm is cheaper to fire and generally more expendable than the howitzer, so if he does that every time, it will be in his favor. Matteo, using Spook's commander ability to take a peek into fireworks base, sees that there's not really much in the way of vulnerabilities, although nothing is particularly well defended. Just no immediate targets, I imagine. Matteo, with his pair of snipers, is wrecking absolute destruction upon firework right now, and it's making me happy to watch.
Yeah, it's very systematic, isn't it?
It is, and it is quite the good. Is it time for the 20s? Fireworks commander ability is active. He can simply activate and fire. I suspect that is what Matteo is waiting for. Here come the 20s. And he face tanks everything. Are we going to see a retaliatory howitzer strike while the 20s are on cooldown? He has not repaired his doors, which indicates to me that he wants... Nope, he's building doors. Never mind. A lot of times you'll see players, after they take hits, will not repair their doors so that they have the opportunity to use the doors before repairing them. And that way they can actually return fire. Would be what I expected here, but was not the case. Howitzer fires. Howitzer is shot out of the sky. This is kind of the expected outcome. This right here is why Matteo was investing so heavily into snipers. And it's working out for him. Another reason to have a cannon available is that cannons cannot be shot out of the sky by anti-air. It makes for a nice consistent amount of damage. And return retaliatory sniper. Nope. Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna prompt the howitzer firing.
He hasn't landed one of those yet.
No, he hasn't, and he's not likely to, given the... Look at the width of this base. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, he's gonna have to do some shenanigans to keep that cannon safe.
Rescue turbine.
Very difficult position Matteo has just been placed in there, but he manages to recover it. Very nicely played. Most players would panic and fail that. Even if you know what you're doing there, you have to... The level of precision and swiftness you have to combine to make that defense possible is impressive. Matteo taking a peek at his opponent's base. Sees plenty of anti-air and nothing you can do about it. He sends a light dusting of projectiles in frustration. Unsuccessfully. Will he fire his howitzer anyways? Yes, he will. And the expected outcome of that response.
And he
Firework.
loses his sniper.
Firework responding in kind. I've been in this position before. You look, you can see the base, you see how much anti-air there is, and you know you have no solution to it. It's like, all right, I've got machine gunners. They can do they could blow up other machine gunners. You try. Sometimes, most of the time, it fails, and it's like, okay, well, what am I gonna do now? I guess I'm just gonna fire the howitzer anyways.
What would you do? I mean, to try and get rid of, protected AA.
He's already got an armory. Get a shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
you gotta. There are solutions to these things. Sniping. This is where sniping is a trap. Oh, a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
That right there is what he was hoping for this whole time. Penetrating through, actually dealing core damage. Not much, but it's something.
When you think about it, that was pretty much luck, because I mean, obviously he's skilled to do the shot, but all the other howitzer shots were getting taken down, and that one just happened to sneak through. And as soon as he did, he took advantage of it.
Yes. There is a significant amount of RNG when it comes to forts, and it's a lot of times about managing the RNG more than anything else. But yes. As I was saying, there are solutions to these kind of problems, a shotgun being one of them.
Yeah.
But most of the time, and I suffer from this heavily, sniping is technically, in practice and in theory more than in practice, it is a solution to these problems.
Mm-hmm.
As a better player, as one of the more experienced player, it is easy to use a sniper to solve these problems. But it is, at some point, you're just forcing the issue, and it's not an actual solution. It's not an efficient solution. It's just you are good enough to make it work. And sometimes you just aren't good enough, or there's just too much, or it's just not... Like, it's a solution, it's just not a good solution. And against players who can put AA in multiple locations and spam it out and have the economy to always have the highest uptime on it, sometimes it just isn't enough. Oh, yeah, that's huge.
Oh!
There we go.
Ouch. Oh!
Yep. And there go the
It's all
weapons.
going-
And, Matteo just straight disconnects. That's it. His core will burn to the ground. And there it goes.
Wow.
Matteo has been eliminated.
What a play. What a play.
Congratulations to Firework coming out on top
Yeah.
in this matchup.
That was like a 1-2 punch.
It was very much so the same strategy that Matteo was going for. Firework, I think, eventually just said, okay, these 20 mils, they're not cutting it. My opponent knows what he's doing and is able to hold off almost indefinitely. Let's just swap to a howitzer. And it was kind of close to the end there, but he only needed one shot, and that was all it took.
Yep. Impressive.
Very well played. Thank you for Matteo for coming out and showing off that beautiful play. And good luck, Firework. Moving on to the next round of the lower bracket. Next up, we will have E10 versus Noah in the semifinals. E10,
Exciting.
Firework, get out of the lobby. There we go. Excellent. Welcome, welcome. Alright, so it is E10 versus Noah in this matchup. The number 1 ranked player versus the number 2 ranked player.
Very cool. In the semifinal.
curious. Alright, so Ethan did say he had to be right back. I don't know if he has returned just yet, but we will be doing commander bans next. Yes, now, as I was saying toward the end of the last match, as someone who is comfortable with sniping, you kind of rely on it a lot, and it's very easy to get carried away, to get focused on sniping. It's like, oh, well, I'm working well with the sniper, and it's kind of slowing down because he's just got too many machine gunners. But I'm still on top of it, and I just have to spend a little extra time to do it, a little extra APM to do it, and most of the time you can, but most of the time, well, sometimes there'll just come a point where it just isn't better, it isn't more efficient than getting a proper solution, a more fit solution, something like shotgun would have worked far better in that instance. Yep. It's just as much as you can, as good as you are with the sniper, sometimes it just isn't enough. That, I think, was a good example of it. Where,
that's true.
As you've seen, Matteo does ridiculous amounts of work with that sniper. It just wasn't enough.
And he was so busy, trying to take out Fireworks AA, he wasn't maintaining his own AA, and then when Howitzer came, there was just nothing to counter it.
Yes, exactly. All right, the first ban has been sent. It looks like it will be Scattershot and Pinchfist banned for this match. On Stalactites 1v1. Alright, let's do this. Ethan versus Noah. And we're off. On the left side, it is Ethan going with Spook, considering Pinchfist is banned. Ethan, most known for his extremely greedy builds. Facing off, quite a surprise to me. His opponent has chosen the Architect Commander. That's something we haven't seen in a tournament in quite some time.
That's true.
So Noah here has chosen the Architect Commander. The Architect Commander, their passive is that wooden structure builds faster and is cheaper. It makes wood spam a much more, well, it strengthens wood spam and can kind of sort of throw off a few economic destruction based attacks, as something like mortars or rockets rely on draining your opponent of economy, and it's hard to do that when your opponent doesn't have to pay repair bills because they're just building out of wood, which is cheaper. And also importantly, and this is one of the reasons why we see Architect a bit more in team games, is the Commander active ability it gives bonus construction speed to weapons and devices. So we see this commander used quite often in larger lobbies, like 2v2s, where one player can go aggressive and build up the commander ability and then use it, giving the other player on their team bonus build speed, which, if the other player is going for heavy weapons, it just means that suddenly they're getting out heavy weapons at twice the build speed as they would normally be able to field. So it's quite an interesting choice to see it in a 1v1. I am curious to see why for example, I don't know, Spook wasn't chosen, or one of the other commanders that can work well in a 1v1. But hey, it's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless. On the other side, Ethan, with his Spook ability, is doing what you would expect him to do with a pinch build, which is go swarms and also go for lasers?
Yeah.
That's not something that you'd expect to see out of a pinch build, or really any build. Typically, you don't do both at the same time. I don't know if it's because he sees that his opponent is going for heavy weapons and knows he can get away with a little bit more. Ethan is going for an extremely greedy, has sold off his entire base, has sold off everything, has no defenses, has no additional economy, is just building swarms and is going to have fire beams out to help get them across. He also has an upgrade center down, which is going to enable him to upgrade those to a nuke at some point along the way.
Yep.
And the first swarms land. No serious damage was dealt, but the cards are revealed. Looks like Noah will be going with the howitzer. I suppose that does make sense. For those wondering, howitzer is a little bit easier to rush out as architect, architect does also have some additional base storage, so you don't have to build as much storage when you are architect as you do with the other commanders. That will make he doesn't need the extra battery in order to get down that howitzer, which is quite convenient, if relatively trivial. I think he's hoping that Eaton's gonna hit him a little bit harder and enable that double build speed to get the howitzer out quicker than would otherwise be possible. I think that's kind of the hope here.
Hit me now.
It's a fire beam. That could do it. Not quite. Oh, but if the nuke so that's the thing. By the time this nuke lands from Eaton, which should be launching in now, by the time this lands, it's going to be too late to really capitalize on the architect active like that. He's going to activate it, I'm sure.
Oh, flaming.
Yep. And there's the active, and that'll finish up the howitzer real quick, saving him a total of like 3 seconds of build time. So that's
and he's fired. Oh, but there's lots of AA.
Yeah.
Yep.
Spook is a good unit.
Probably should have had he should have accounted for that, I think.
Yeah. Remember, the swarm missile builds, really most missile builds, rely almost entirely on map control. So Eaton is going full greed map control here. I mean, if a single howitzer hits, Eaton's just done. But that's gonna be a very hard ask, given Eaton's rampant dominance at this point. Come on, one sniper shot. Oh, he probably didn't have the angle. But one sniper shot could have ended Eaton's career there.
Oh.
Oh, the howitzer lands.
Oh. Nothing to follow up with, though.
Wow.
Shame.
That was so very close to dealing game-ending damage.
Yep.
Come on, Noah. One sniper round is all you need. He's gonna fire the fire beam. Noah doesn't have the sniper. Oh no. It lands, but Noah's able to face tank that with no serious damage. It's not a fun repair build, but Noah's got the income to do it.
Yep.
Alright, come on, Noah. Don't try to counter snipe here. It's not worth it. You just need to hit those fire beams. Another one lands.
Shot.
Fire beam destroyed. Sniper down. Eaton has no defenses at this point.
Just that Noah has no secondary shot to follow that up with.
He doesn't, and he really can't given the aggression that Eaton has put on. But at this point, Eaton doesn't have the ability to fire his weapons, or fire his nuke. He lost the sniper in the secondary explosions of the fire beam. Noah's regaining some measure of map control here.
Oh. And Noah did a quick build of a cannon.
Yes. Taking advantage of that commander active ability to swiftly construct the cannon, which is quite nice. That'll give him the follow-up damage that he's been missing this whole time. So once the howitzer lands... To be honest, he doesn't even need to. I know Noah doesn't really know this, although I suspect he may have some inkling.
Okay.
Just to a raw cannon shell is all he really needs here to end this game. This is a surprisingly effective choice of commander given the typical matchup
Oh,
here.
this is...
Oh, the sniper.
So now he should...
He just fires the howitzer. He just fires the howitzer. It makes him cross.
Oh, he just shot it a bit too high.
He doesn't have to worry about the nuke because he's hard-walled. And then the cannon follow-up anywhere. He doesn't have the energy to fire the cannon. That's understandable.
Maybe not the angle either.
There it is.
Core damage.
Noah on the back foot, down to 87% core HP. Sorry, Eaton on the back foot.
Yeah.
The incendiary. Oh, Noah does not have the economy to repair that. That's a lot of damage, just raw damage. Oh,
it was like the last
manual.
bullet.
Yeah.
The last bullet of the minigun.
Oh, more damage. I think he really needed that minigun to work. That minigun was his last real hope of staving off against the howitzer. And it's not panning out too well. Noah has the very real potential to get ripped off of his foundations here. Remember that Noah, just like Eaton, has sold off much of his foundations, and you can see the stress in his bracings there. Oh, cannon does this.
Oh.
Follow up.
Can he do it with the
He doesn't
cannon?
have the energy. He doesn't have the energy.
Unfortunate.
But a cannon would have done it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, and that's going to take out the cannon. Oh, it doesn't. Look at that.
That's close. Is the sniper follow-up? Nope. Architect strong. Insta-solidifying wood.
Yep.
You don't need to do the wind turbine trick if your wood comes out faster. More damage? Oh, that's gonna
Not
be...
much.
And... the nuke. He should be able to solidify... Nope. Does he let it happen? He lets it
what
happen.
a shot.
Okay, curious. I'm surprised to see he didn't try to build a single shred of wood out there to get a further out detonation. Especially considering he had his architect active, which would have made it build way faster. That's another thing about architect.
76.
Interesting. Okay. At this point, Eaton is using background bracing as armor against the howitzer. Oh, he takes the howitzer out of the sky this time around. The nuke lands. No serious damage dealt. Noah desperately needs to bring that cannon to more consistent bear. Oh! Eaton quick reacting, closing his door at the perfect time as to what would have been a door snipe. Very, very close. This is a match I did not expect Eaton to be in this long. Eaton's build is meant to end the game quickly and does not survive very long, and yet here we are, 13 minutes in.
Oh. Amazing.
There's another cannon round straight to the core. Eaton has no defense against that. It's just going to take more and more damage. Eaton down to 58% core versus Noah's 76. God, there's so many. Look at how many points on Eaton's base are just vulnerable to a cannon round. I am seriously rethinking the strength of Architect in 1v1.
Yeah, so am I.
And
I mean,
solely the reason for that is the ability to deal with nukes. One of the reasons why nukes are so strong is you can't reliably stop them, and that's about it. The nice sniping, by the way, Noah. Architect kind of works around that. The only the closest to reliable anti-air defense is just have wooden struts out the front.
Oh, it made it
Oh,
through.
oh, it had almost ripped Noah Eaton off his base.
Did. Jeez.
Okay.
Oh,
Good, solid hit, but could have been game-ending if it was slightly lower.
then.
Yes, as I was saying, as we see Noah is doing an excellent example of here, the only reliable way to stop the rockets, is to literally cover your base in wood. Architect is the only commander that can do that fast enough and have the wood become corporeal before the nukes land. Every other commander, you have to react differently. You have to rely entirely on machine gunners or minigunners or something.
Shot.
Oh, and that's the end.
Shot. Wow.
A howitzer round to his foundation.
Wow, that was awesome.
Beautiful.
Great
And with
job by
that-
Noah.
Seriously, Noah
Toppling the number one.
absolutely is Noah, the #1 player, defeating Eaton in the tournament, taking his spot. Here we will be moving on to the next match. Eaton getting knocked down to the lower bracket to face off against Firework.
And that's the next match, isn't it?
That is indeed the next match.
Eaton versus Firework. And this is the lower bracket for... and I will be right back.
All right. Firework is in the lobby. It is Commander Ban time. On Desert Ruins. Oh, jeez. Alright, it looks like Scattershot has been banned. And who does Firework ban? Pinch. So Pinch and Scatter have been banned on Desert Ruins. We'll be waiting a moment before starting off this next match. Of Eaton versus Firework. I suspect Eaton will come out on top of this one, but Eaton has been failed before. Oh, jeez. I saw in chat a few questions being asked. For example, what percentage of the viewership is German, as we do seem to have quite a fair few. And yes, for those wondering, Forts is a very popular game, especially among the German community, it would seem. I could actually give you those numbers, if you give me a moment to search the statistics. Looks like clocking in at 11% of the viewer base. far more than any else. Alright, welcome back.
Hello.
Alright, let's go. And we are off. Eaton versus Firework, lower brackets. Let's do this. So here we have on the left-hand side, our reigning champion. It is Eaton. As Spook facing off against his opponent, Firework. Firework choosing Warthog. That's a commander we've not seen chosen. This commander just yet.
We've seen
this tournament just
Architect
yet.
and now Warthog. Interesting.
Not one of the more meta choices, as it were,
Mm.
but extremely powerful. Warthog does actually make his appearance fairly commonly on some of the larger maps, like battleships, for example. This map is generally not one where Warthog is chosen very often. If we're playing a larger lobby map, Warthog is almost omnipresent. I'm curious to see what strats Firework could be going for. Remember that Warthog gives bonuses to heavy weapons, including heavy mortars. Although mortars don't tend to come into play on this map, given that mortars are largely unusable.
Hmm.
The overhang makes very difficult mortar play. You can do mortars. If you dangle them very low, you can arc them up and make them land around core-ish area. Alternatively, you could just have them slam into the lower area where Eaton's two mines are currently residing.
I'd just like to say a quick hello to the 1,000 people that are watching this live right now. I think that's pretty cool.
Yes. Big shout out to everyone who enjoys. Make sure to hit that like button, the subscribe button, and as always, share with your friends, because when the developer himself enjoys seeing you guys come to play, come to observe, that's where the joy is.
It's really awesome. It's great to see everybody's support. That we're still going strong 5 years later.
Yes. Oh, I love how there's just so much growth in the community, even now, and how the meta changes. After seeing Noah's play, oh god, there's gonna be a whole wave of testing on Architect. It's gonna be so much, and it's gonna be okay. Seep versus Architect, a new meta, or at least to see which builds. Maybe Pinch Fist versus Architect might be a thing, but probably not Seep. Seep, I think, still comes out on top of the Architect. I'm not sure. That's what testing's going to be for. What are you doing, Eaton? Why are you like this?
What's he doing?
You have perfectly acceptable wind turbine positions right there. You don't need to do them all the way out here. This has got to be a meme. This is not.
Yeah.
It is. Okay. This is the portal. The portal. Yeah, there it is. This is portal mortars. Actually, one of my favorites. Something you don't see often, ever, at all.
Which I guess would make more sense as Warthog, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But that's not what we're seeing here.
No.
So for those wondering, triple heavy mortar is the single highest DPS cluster of weapons, period. It is the most cost-effective, like cost to damage output. Heavy mortars are the pinnacle, but they are a little bit hard to use and kind of specialized and can be fairly simply defended against. Portal mortars makes them horizontal. This used to be a very common thing, especially when I was doing most of the my competitive play. Horizontal mortars was basically the end-all be-all of strategies, and you're about to see why. They do devastating damage. And, ooh. Extremely hard to defend against. Especially when combined with snipers, as you kind of sort of require that you have undoored gunners. And undoored gunners are food for sniping, and I love my sniping.
That's very satisfying to watch those fly out of there.
Yes, yes it is. Remember when you could do this without having to portal?
Mm-hmm.
There's a shot up there. Yeah, so these, the batch of mortars that's arcing across, yeah, the damage is just ridiculous. It does more than a cannon of damage. And of course it's because, you know, it's 3 weapons. It costs more than a cannon to fire, but it fires more frequently, and it does a little bit more damage, and it's just brutal. Like, it's like, imagine having a set of 3 mortars like that is like having 2 cannons.
Yeah.
Just constantly firing. And of course they can be shot down, but if you have a person like Ethan who's very good at the sniper and you can keep up your map control, then it's a real problem. At this point, Ethan's struggling for energy. That's why he's not firing them very quickly. It's just the occasional keep your opponent in check kind of firing. Because he doesn't have the energy production to maintain the fire rate. Like, these are expensive weapons to fire. The damage output is ridiculous if you can upkeep them, but upkeeping them is something you cannot easily do.
Chat saying snipe through the portal. I think that would be effective.
Yes, it is. Until Ethan puts a door on the portal, which is something he hasn't done yet. I don't know if he's just betting on firework, assuming that he's done the correct thing of not putting putting a door there or not, because like typically you would put a door there because you can, but like sure. To each their own. It's going to be a mess, I think. It looks like Firework is trying to invest a little bit more into anti-air, trying to keep his gunners safe, which is going to be quite difficult to do. He's finding these very odd angles, like this gunner over here, which can actually aim down and get a few of those shots off. That one's a very safe gunner. It's a position that I don't often get to use, but I love the opportunity for it. Looks like Eaton, with his energy troubles, has managed to let Firework live long enough to actually get a cannon placed. Firework actually at 3/4 completion on his cannon, so he's not far off. I think we're almost at a... no, Eaton's still struggling. He doesn't even have the energy. Oh, he did it! The sniper went through.
Yeah.
One mortar has been removed.
Oh.
And a flak goes through, taking out another mortar. Is Firework going to survive this? Like, that cannon's complete. He's building a door on it right now. Typically, you would see... like, I've never done this and had a second set of mortars. There's just no amount of upkeep.
What a shot. Oh.
Oh, jeez. The accidental anti-air. The mortars taking out the cannon shells that flies across. Yeah, I've never successfully done this and had a second set of mortars. It's too much energy upkeep. He's sitting on 6 turbines and it isn't enough, which is the state of the game. Eaton missed his shot that could have been lethal.
Yep.
It's okay, he'll have another opportunity momentarily. There it is.
I'm kind of surprised he did not defend against that.
Yeah, especially after the first shot.
Yeah.
You should have seen that one coming a mile away. But Eaton, in style,
very stylish.
Removes Firework from the game, and with it, the tournament.
still, yeah, very entertaining.
I love the portal mortars. They make me so happy.
Noah versus Eaton, I guess. Again.
Excellent. So this will bring us over to the finals.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's right. Yes.
So, do you want to preface this with a little bit of an explanation, as most of the casual viewers are not familiar with the double elimination style tournaments? This is double elimination. That means every player has 2 lives. In order to be knocked out of the tournament, you must lose twice. Those keen on observing may have noticed that Noah has not yet lost any of his lives. So Noah will have to be defeated twice to be knocked out of this tournament, whereas Eaton has already lost 1 life. Therefore, if Eaton loses this match, will be eliminated. However, if Eaton wins this match, he will have to replay the match once again and win twice in a row in order to come out victorious over this tournament. All right. That is going to be these next few matches. I wonder if Eaton is going to play nicely or is going to do something wild or zany. I think he's gotten the wildness out of him with the defenseless
the portal mortars, yeah.
Yes, between the portal mortars and the extremely fast rush that flopped against Noah's impenetrable defense. We may see Eaton go for a somewhat more consistent strategy. Looks like the players are here, so commander bands will start. All right.
I think Noah goes first for choosing a commander band because he's in team 1.
I want to say a quick shout out to Matthew Lang coming in with the support, the absolute megaton, not even a message, just showing his support. Thank you so much. Your support is always enjoyed, and I know the developers love to see you guys come in here and enjoy these tournaments. Big shout out to all of you guys out in the viewers. Thank you for the support. And make sure to share this with your friends so that they too can enjoy the joy that is Force.
No spying for Eaton.
All right. Noah, with his victory over Eaton, does actually claim the top spot and will be given first ban choice, banning Spook, so no more information games. Curious
Probably
to see
the right
what Eaton
choice.
will ban. Probably the correct choice. I mean,
Eaton as Spook is sounds super dangerous to me.
yes. Then again, there's also Pinch Fist, which is Eaton's.
Yeah.
He plays Pinch Fist even when he's not playing Pinch Fist, is a good way to describe it.
This is true.
All right, so no Spook and no Scatter Shot. So Pinch Fist still on the board for this match. Meaning, well, Pinch Fist is one of the meta 3 to pick. And we are good to go. Let's start.
For the final.
For the finals, we have Noah versus Eaton. Here on the left-hand side, choosing Pinch Fist, it is Noah. Starting out with 2 turbines and a mine. Going to be getting that economy going before anything else. Facing off against his opponents, it is Eaton. Also Pinch Fist. Big shock. In this Pinch Fist mirror match at the finals, both players are going as hard as they can. No Holds barred. No punches pulled. Actually going up. We have Eaton for once going more economy than anything else, not instantly so. No, there's the selling officer's medal. Alright, Eaton going with the workshop technology, mirroring Noah's choice, although Noah is slightly further ahead in the tech progress and slightly further behind in the economic metal construction. Oh, yep, there it is. Starting with the upgrade center, we're going to see... Oh, now I'm confused.
Yep.
Okay. This is purposeful. What is he doing? This has got to be a swarm missile into... This is swarm missiles into shotguns, into rockets, with maybe minigun support. Like he's gonna be building a swarm missile. I just question the armory choice is for he's building mortars with shotgun support. Okay. I'm wrong. It's mortars with shotgun support. On the other side, we have Noah going for a cannon rush. Bog standard, not too greedy. It's pinch fists optimized, but not greedy about it. Eaton's gonna kill him. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
Eaton is going to blow Noah out of the game and or die trying. I suspect die trying is going to be the not the option chosen. Noah, unless he overcommits here to defenses, which he kind of sort of is, will be able to get a cannon down before Eaton fires his first shots. And in doing so, with this, I'm going to say poor priority choice, will not have a cannon placed, and then will be stuck in a spiral. Because once these heavy mortars launch and start landing, there is no coming back from that. By that I mean you're going to have to spend the rest of your time building defenses and repairing the damage.
Here we go.
Alright. It was fog launcher, smoke launcher support, not shotgun support. Also also a good option, but not solution. Eaton, ever the greedy, leaving his smoke launchers exposed, which is
these mortars
par for the course. Core damage has been dealt. This is
2%.
about as expected. Oof. So here Noah has enough material to place a cannon, but nowhere to place the cannon, and is going to have to spend basically all of his APM just rebuilding, and eventually it's going to cost him more to rebuild, because that's 6 heavy mortars, which is frankly a lot of heavy mortars. And a lot of heavy mortars are going to cost a heavy repair bill, and there's not much you can do about that other than stop the mortars. And the solution to stopping the mortars is having a cannon, which he has not yet even started production. I can see what he wants to do. He wants to build his cannon in this safe spot underneath this overhang where it can't be mortared.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't have the APM to do it. And very soon won't have the money to do it. And I'm still expecting a swarm missile out of Eaton coming soon. I think Eaton is trying to aim for the overhang, trying to keep that cannon. No, is he going for? He's going for a howitzer. He's not even building a cannon. You madman, Noah! Oh no, that's so much more expensive. Oh, that's pain. That's why he doesn't have it yet. He's going to have to survive so much longer, and the damage is going to keep scaling. He can't rebuild his things. Every time he rebuilds his gunners, that's just longer on the placement of the howitzer. Oh, no. Noah, why are you like
Yep,
this? He
there he goes.
places
He's
the
pushed it.
howitzer. And that puts Eaton on a clock, but that is a clock that Eaton is happy to race. Oh, geez, he still has to protect that howitzer during its creation. Eaton did the thing again where he doesn't have enough energy. Eaton gets a little bit too greedy every single time. Like, it's fine to have more weapons than you can reliably upkeep. It just means you have to reduce their fire rates and burst fire them, which is what Eaton is doing. It does mean that you cannot apply constant pressure to your opponents. And Noah is taking advantage of that lack of constant pressure, as he should. Whereas Eaton is struggling to increase his economy. That's a lot of mortars.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's that burst fire damage. And the buzzsaw disconnecting the howitzer. That howitzer is not very stable up there. Nor is his connection to it. Oh no, with the smoke. It's gonna stop. Oh, that's it. There goes
gone.
his hope. And that's why I was extremely concerned. That howitzer, it takes too long to come out. You gotta just build a cannon and use the cannon. With a rush this quickly, Eaton is not safe from standard cannon shells. You do not need the overwhelming firepower that is the howitzer. You just have to hit him with a cannon. And now Noah's he's in the vortex. He's in the death spiral where the mortars are coming through, the damage is dealt, Noah is out of money, and mortars specialize in reducing your income. And there is no clock anymore for Eaton. Eaton has stopped the clock. It is now just eviscerating his opponent. One explosion at a time. Mortars launch, and mortars land.
What is he doing with the repair centers? You had two of them there.
He was doing.
I
mean,
it's to get rid of
it's to get rid of the smoke. That's why he's got them, because of the fog launchers, the smoke launchers. But he's investing a little bit more into them than I anticipated, and that's not helping his economy much. Not that there's a solution to his problems anymore. He has already conceded his win condition. And Eaton is aggressively pushing his own win condition.
And
there we have
it
it.
is.
Eaton with the victory. Alright, Noah loses a life. Off into the grand finals.
The decider, as they say.
All right. Into moorings will be our final match. Once more. No, Eaton, why have you left? Eaton, come back. We need you. Oh gosh. All right. So there will be commander bans, and then once more. I don't think he knows how double elimination works. Okay. Oh, technical difficulties. Okay, no. Okay, so he had a brief internet hiccup. All right then, commander bans time. For moorings, yes. The map is moorings, and the bans are
So Eaton should be team 1. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And so the bans for moorings will be pinch and seep. All right. So we have our commander's band. What I think is gross. I love mortars. They're my favorite weapons.
That was gross. Thanks.
Eaton does that a lot. Eaton is a huge fan of the mortars as well. All right, time's up. Let's do this. Eaton versus Noah. And we're off. Surprise! It's a mirror match. Spook versus Spook. Here on the left-hand side, we have Eaton. Going with seems to be an economy first build here with Spooks. He had to build his favorite turbines off in the corner where he likes to build things. Yeah, behind where they are safe from direct fire is Eaton's favorite construction of his base. And on the other side, his opponent. Going 1-1 in what is this best of 3 lineup. It is Noah. Actually getting started a little bit sooner on this technology. Noah's going to go with the armory tech, so we can expect to see rockets or shotguns. Rockets are an interesting choice on this match, in this map. Traditionally, in maps where they're just very horizontal, front-facing, open maps, rockets do very well. This map, swarms tends to outshine, and also it's a little bit larger than most other 1v1 maps, so you end up. The chat.
Well, also, like with the rockets, if your opponents sold off their first layer of armor, it's pretty prone on the front.
Yes, we're going to see both players selling off the entirety of their forts here. That's just how they play. Like it's already there. We've got exposed internals. Welcome to the party. But as I was saying, rockets and swarms to a lesser degree are a little bit more vulnerable to anti-air than on most maps. Just because the map is slightly further apart. The forts are slightly further apart in this map. It's a slightly larger map. It means that rockets tend to spread out a little bit more and also have more time to get shot down. So rockets, while extremely powerful in this map, tend to not be as prevalent as, say, SEEP swarm missiles or SEEP nukes or nukes in general. But it is quite rare that we see these maps decided by cannons or lasers. And here we have Noah, again going for the heavy weapons technology, specifically the cannon tech. And on the opposite side, we have Eaton, who looks to be going for his mortar build again. Mortar is also extremely effective on this map. I wonder if this time he's going to be building sufficient energy production. Yeah, so Noah immediately responds to the mortars with machine gunners. He can, in fact, see the mortars using Spook's passive technology insight abilities. So, Noah is going to be aware of this, and given his experience last time, I'm sure Noah is going to overreact to this quite heavily and make all the anti-air possible. However, I think we're going to see out of Eaton a less committed build into mortars. Nope, it's just more mortars. Okay. I was thinking there might have been less of a commitment, more of an attempt to transition, but that's not what we're going to see here. It's going to be 6 mortars once again. Probably again going to upgrade just straight upgrade to heavy, not even going to apply any pressure beforehand. We see Noah preemptively getting the repair bays, which is going to remove any kind of fog or smoke. The repair bay is a bit deep in there, and I think will not be close enough to actually stop the smoke. Yeah, no. It stops some of the smoke, but doesn't stop all of it, and it doesn't even stop enough to let the machine gunners really fire. That sniper, it's doing good work, and it gets, he again gets both smoke launchers, which is so far a perfect repeat of last match, except that Noah has decided going for the howitzer isn't the correct play. He's going for the cannon, which, in my opinion, as I have expressed several times at this point, the far stronger solution in this. I think Noah actually doesn't quite have so much anti-air. Noah going for a bit of a dangle here, getting some dangle gunners in a trench. That's not going to last very long, I'm sure, as Eaton is going to be building a buzzsaw at some point, because Eaton and buzzsaws. No, the mortars are going to get cleaned out of the sky. No damage dealt. Ooh, very close, but not quite. Looks like Noah going to be building a second cannon, or at least preparing to do so. Will likely get shut down by mortar hits. And mortars landing. Noah's cannon has completed. Cannon o'clock is here, and Eaton takes a heavy hit. This is what Noah needed to do last round. Put Eaton on a clock. It is cannon o'clock, and Eaton is taking a heavy hit. He loses 2 of his mortars and a turbine to boot, which is not the position he wants to be in. If 6 mortars wasn't enough to make it through, 4 is not going to do it either. Kind of surprised to see Noah hasn't built a flak here. Like, we know Noah can airburst his flak.
I would like to see Noah just shoot at the core.
Yeah, that works too. I mean, the reality is
that would just work really well right now.
It would, and it isn't necessary. Like, he has options. Remember that Noah's going for a late game build. Once you make it to the late game stage, once you survive Eaton's opener, you've basically won the game and you can win at your leisure. Destroying the mortars is a perfectly acceptable option to surviving the early game. There's the buzzsaw.
There's the dangle.
Bye, dangle. You will be missed. Notice how Eaton has prepared himself to defend against such buzzsaw nonsense. So at this point, I think Noah has done significant damage to Eaton. He should probably start considering aiming for the core. But
yeah,
he still has time, and Eaton isn't going anywhere fast. Noah knows this. He will probably aim for the core once that second cannon comes online. That way he can actually penetrate anything that Eaton has there and get splash damage. Is likely what he's waiting for. Just using his first cannon to remove Eaton's offensive potential. His mortars aren't landing anymore. The second cannon will be coming online for next volley. And then I think we'll see a Noah victory here in this tournament.
That's a big call.
It is a big call. It is a big call. Neither player is written out. It is Eaton. And it is entirely possible. I think Eaton has figured that it's time to defend himself. He's too vulnerable. Which will leave Noah having missed his opportunity to deal splash damage onto Eaton's core. But I think Noah will just continue. What is... Alright, so... at this point, Noah kind of excuse me. He's got background...
Oh.
Noah, why are you like this? You were winning. All you had to do... Oh, God. Why did you leave your... It didn't even have a door on it. It was just exposed. Why? Also, related, very good shooting from Eaton. That was an extremely hard...
Yeah.
That was an extremely hard shot to make. Trust me, that was more impressive than you guys know. Come on. Come on, Noah. What are you doing? You just need... You weren't even using that angle. You could have hard-walled it off entirely. You're one strut away. So that's going to put Eaton at an advantage, technically. Eaton doesn't really have the ability to break through Noah's anti-air, but it's mortars versus gunners, which is RNG, and if Noah fires, Eaton fires enough mortars, Noah will eventually have a shot bleed through, which can spiral the typical mortar trajectory on things. How that works out. Is he gonna do it again? Yeah. Bye, cannon. So here we are. Noah's learned his lesson. He's putting a door on first. He hasn't learned his lesson. Okay. Mortar lands, dealing some damage. Nothing significant, but all it takes is a little bit of damage to go through for it to matter. Here we have what was being upgraded on Eaton's side. Oh, minigunners. Okay, that's going to be his solution. He's going to blow through the front. And if those minigunners take out really any amount of gunners, it's going to be the end. No, that's it. Mortars land. And now there's not enough anti-air to stop the next volley of mortars. And... Wait for it.
Yep.
There it is.
Oh.
Wow, he caught that from falling. Mortars incoming.
How? How?
Limited lifespan. Okay. And exposed battery in front is getting sold off. And, well, Noah gets some cash out of that, so that's nice. He builds. And the second volley. There it goes.
And it's done.
GG.
Wow.
Eaton
Well done,
reclaims his spot as the #1 tournament champion. Good guy. I want to replay that. That was the moment where where Noah grasped defeat from the jaws of victory, with Eaton's god tier sniping. Where does he actually notice that it's fully exposed? Does he even commander ability it, and or does he just see it and fire? He just sees it and fires. He's just like, oh. There's no bracing there. There's just a gap where the green, if you guys can see, there's just a gap where the green and the door almost they're touching.
In.
But it's not filled in. There's just nothing there. No. So Eaton's just like, oh, he's literally got an exposed cannon. I'm gonna just shoot that. And he did. And then you would think Noah would have learned his lesson, and then Noah did it again, and it got sniped again. And that moment right here is where Eaton wins this championship. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the conclusion of our tournament 21 XXI. Eaton takes and bests Noah and moves on to claim yet another badge on his name.
Another one.
Oh, good lord.
expand the capacity of the game to hold his medals.
This is wild.
Well done, though. I mean, he's so consistent, and and good on everybody else who came in running up or runners up there. I mean, we just saw some great playing today. It was really nice.
Are you kidding me? I love every moment of this.
Yeah. And interestingly, I didn't have to update my winner screen. I took a hunch.
And just took a bet. Mm-hmm. Winner of the 1v1 tournament, it is Ethan. Ethan number 1.
Yeah, he's done very well. This went really smoothly too.
It did.
The game was solid as a rock, So shout out to B-Man and Blamo for keeping the game running smoothly and looking great and playing great. And really awesome to see the players were ready nice and early for the tournament, doing the usual cat herding in the background and keeping things running smoothly. And yeah, it was a really good tournament.
Yes, it was. And I look very much so forward to the next tournament. I love these. These are so good. Just seeing, no one expects that sniper shot. I mean, Noah should have, because he left his door open. And by door, I mean he didn't build a door. But I didn't even see that until it was getting shot.
No.
And it's like,
neither.
Wait a minute. Pixel perfect sniping. Good God. Yeah. I want to, as much as Noah, as I know what happened there, because I've done that before. Noah was just like, oh, there's technically a gap there, but no one's good enough to snipe that. And then Ethan exists. And that's what happened right there. Good God. Ethan coming in and rolling through. Congratulations once again. Thank you one and all for stopping by. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and give Forge developers an opportunity. I believe Forge is on sale now, isn't it?
At the moment, actually, it was. I don't think it is at the moment.
I think it, or did it just end? So it was on sale.
Tested me. It was recently.
It's no longer on sale. Okay, so it's back up to its normal $15 price. If you guys want to play Forge for yourselves, make sure to check that out on the Steam page. But for now, have a good one, everyone, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
See ya.
Excellent.